What's going on, my fellow human beings? Well, I figured I'd do something besides wallow in my misery. Hey, Carrie, how's it going? How's down under? The beautiful place down under. Behind me is an image of an entity I filmed. When did I film that? 2019. In the middle of my town. I don't know if I. Anyways, if you take a look, there's a face looking back at me. I got the original photo and then highlighted and stuff like that. So, anyways, I figured talk a little bit about what I normally talk about. If you want to learn more about what I'm learning about in the information box, there's Twitter and my Twitter account and BitChute channel, and be upsetting, and you might assume I'm a bigot. Still down, huh? That's a good place to be, I guess, relatively speaking. What is the winter like there, anyways? You guys get any snow down there at all? Every once in a while you get some. So, anyways, and yeah, that's this entity that I filmed. If you can see, he's looking back at you. You see the eyes, nose, distorted face. Some people claim that it's a Bigfoot, but I don't think it's a Bigfoot. In fact, we're probably going to, well, I know what we're going to do. We're going to listen to some stuff. It looks like Fortean Winds. He's closing shop. I understand why he's doing that too, by the way. I do understand it. I think as you get to the point when you start to realize that your research is not going along with everyone else's research, and that we're dealing with something energetic, plasma-like in nature, something that comes in and out of dimensions and stuff like that. This is an entity I filmed last year, or in April. It's more than one, actually. There's an infant. There's the original one, of course, all pixelated, but the infant. There's the head and his arms and stuff. Its legs wrapped around assuming he's an adult, in a tree. So it's not pareidolia, that's for sure. And at the same token, it's not like perfect. And that's the thing that a lot of people complain about. It's watching this dude. He's got like, I don't know if it means anything, honestly, but he has like 187,000 followers on TikTok. And all he does is play everybody else's videos. And he does, and it's half of them are like from Vader, whatever his name is, something Vader, is dude in a suit. He's a renowned hoaxer, and he's tons of. It's the only person in the world that wherever it goes out, he films Bigfoot, doing stuff too, and it's funny because it's blatant, obvious hoaxery. So, but but I figured I'd share you with this one with me, because I'm sure you guys never saw that one before that I filmed. And it's something very similar, like Mark over there at Colorado Bigfoot. He films all this kind of stuff too in the woods. It's getting fall time now, or getting close to it, right? It's September, and where I'm at, and I'm thinking about doing some field research again. And yeah, filming stuff. So thinking about it. I don't know, man. I've been focusing so much in the world and the dystopic nightmare, old religion dystopia. That's what O.R.D stands for. This dystopic nightmare that they're creating for us with digital IDs and central bank digital currency and Bitcoin leading us into that and that kind of stuff. And how, the uniparty that we're dealing with in the United States, there's a book out there, I think it's called Organized Crime and American Power. It's expensive. It's going to cost you $50 at least. That's a book to get if you want to know what's going on, because that's what it always is ruled in the United States of America and every other place for that matter. It's organized crime. And, you got the J. Crew, whether it's the Ooze with their little hats or the Jesuits. Everyone wants to dominate you and control you. You ever notice that? So anyways, we'll listen to this. We'll listen to stuff from what I'm thinking about doing is showing images, maybe even highlighting some stuff, help people see what I see. Here's a good example. So here I call these things Q-tip spirits that I film at night when I film stuff. So we got the duplicate here of the same image. And if I show you, if I can pull it off, here's the face. Hey, that's not what I wanted to do. Where's my pencil? Do 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 do. And the little face is kind of humanoid like. That's the face, so you can see the two. But tell me if anybody's there, if you can see what I'm pointing at. And you'll see like this, like it's like a face for some reason. It always has to be like a face. It's not pareidolia. If you take good, close attention to what we're looking at here, you're like, yeah, there's a face and eyes and a nose. And it's spirits. It's, shooting across the sky at the night. And there's, the eyes. You can even see the the ridge, the eyes, the nostril, the nose. Oh, something like a mouth too. It starts to fall apart, but very interesting stuff to say the least. So, anyways, this stuff, the Fortean. What the hell's his name again? His name of the show. Fortean wins. He's kind of backing up shop. I understand why a lot of people do this. We do this, we get to this point where we're doing our field research with cryptids, the poltergeists, and that kind of stuff, you know what I mean? Bigfoot. And you start to realize something, that what you're experiencing is not what all the big names out there that have their hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of subscribers, make a lot of money. And it's funny, in this world that we live in, it's the people who make a lot of money, and have a big following, seem to do a lot of disinformation. In fact, it's the vast majority of it. Interesting. If anyone's intrigued and would like to help out this poor pauper, Carrie, of course, you don't have to do that. And I don't expect you to do it. Really, just once. Just look up Cash App or PayPal and just look up ORD3. ORD3 and donate where you can. 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, whatever. It all helps out. I mean, it costs me $140 a month just to the internet, just so I can do this stuff. I don't make any money off it. So what you do is it's either going to help with pay for the internet pretty much, or like Carrie and can't remember. Other, shoot, I'm sorry, dude. I'm a bit of an airhead. Do. Mark Hayden did donate some stuff. Thank you. So you guys helped out. Got my son some stuff. There I go. Crap. Sorry. God, I'm so bad at names. Thanks, Carrie. I should post your comments. Graham. Thank you, Graham, for helping out. And my son happy. He got this new video game, and he's like thrilled as death. We're supposed to join a gym. Went over there, and shoot, you have to go another day. So you have to. It's like one of those places that you have to get like a key, and if you don't have the key, especially weekends, because the staff's not there, and so. And I've been calling them, and anyways. So if you're interested in that, and if you're not, understand. So back to this thing, the Q-tip spirits. So I call them Q-tip spirits because it kind of remind me of the tip of a Q-tip. And I know nobody else calls that, but that's what I call that. At some point, I do need to get my act together and actually start working on my book. And I do need to start working on my book. One of the things I do in my book is the photographs I have and then do drawings next to them so that people see what I see. Do you see what I see? And so, yeah, we're going to be talking about stuff. I'm not even talking about more about drone technology. You know, they got this big these conventions now, these flying cars, and it's legit. It is shockingly legit. See where we're at in all this stuff. What if I just go? If I want to put just 3 with it. So yeah, there's just things in the trees and stuff like that. So yeah, 14 wins, scientific research and unexplained, paranormal, and anomalous. Of course, it's Charles Fort. That's the reason why I call myself the Fortean digital shaman. At 14 Winds, we explore the intersections of power, influence, and unknown. Seems to be a lot of there's Cram. Just talking about you. I'm so retarded. I was talking about you and Carrie and how you guys helped me out, and then I couldn't remember your name. Stupid, but I figured it out, and then she reminded me. So, God, I'm so an airhead. Anyways, 14 Wins. This is the name of this website. I strongly recommend you go there and check out stuff. It's 14 Wins. He's got podcasts and stuff like that. He's a lot like me. Come to the same conclusions. And interesting enough, I didn't really know this guy until like now, this past day. And I'm watching this and I'm like, well, shit, this guy's figured out what I figured out. And did his great interview with Greg Carlson over there at the Higher Side Chat. That's another cool place if you're into the high strangeness. If you're into more reality-based stuff, it's probably not the best thing. How do I say that? You see, because the problem with this is when you're dealing with these interdimensional, ultradimensional beings, whether they're UFOs, aliens, Bigfoot, whatever, poltergeist, we're dealing with something that's very ambiguous and uncertain and not definitive. And each and every person is going to have your own experience, tailor made, and I think it's designed to frustrate you and to mess with you. And I truly believe that. I think that the trickster spirit is part of that. But anyways, is at 14 Winds, we explore the intersections of power, influence, and the unknown. One of the most provocative questions we face is whether entities controlling religion might also exert influence over the global economy. This inquiry raises profound questions about power dynamics and historical context, suggesting that those in control might be seeking to suppress information and maintain their advantage. Once again, for those who are just wondering what's behind me, there's an entity that I filmed back in 2019, and if you can see it, it's pretty clear. I got it at the original photo, and then lightened up a bit, brightened up a bit so you can see it. That's the only thing that I've done to alter it in any way, shape, or form. Completely different. The entities and things I'm filming is completely different than the stuff we watched in the beginning of the intro. Those AI and the AI stuff, it's going to mess with people's minds, that's for sure. The connections between economic power and intelligence agencies and possibly even UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomenon, from a complex and multifaceted web. The indigenous folks in North America talk about we live in like a giant spider web, a web. To unravel this, we must trace the historical roots and ongoing influence of key families and institutions that have shaped the global power structures. Now, one of the things too is we've got to deal with, which is organized crime syndicates, and the connections with organized crime and religion. And this is a definitive thing. This is not something that's just my personal opinion. This is just the facts. And also, The Last American Vagabond, and you can find them on RUMBLE, because I think what happened was, and I discovered it's funny because my quitting smoking and all this kind of stuff has really whacked me out. Let's put it that much. So my real connection, if anything, is quitting smoking and also researching what's going on in Gaza and genocide and what's going on all the rest of the world, and just it's sickening. Winston Churchill was responsible was influential at least, and the unaliving or deaths of hundreds of millions of people, whether it was the Boer Wars in South Africa and a lot of our relatives there, or then, of course, it was Bangladesh and India, which close to 100 million people. Then if you also had what went on in World War II, that dude was behind literally, because one of the things you hear, on the Google and all that, they'll say that war and all that, and they give you a number, and that number, it's always under than what it really is, right? So he alone, his own influence, and the people that he was working with, people, the little hats, and the international banksters. He alone had his hands involved in close to well over 300, possibly 300 million people last century. So if you think that the eugenics is not in the cars and what's going on, whether it's this smart dust that was brought up to me, and or this nanotags, or the things in the sky, or the death jabs and everything else. You know, they weren't kidding when they erected the Georgia Guidestones and said the very first commandment to maintain the world's population under, not at, under 500 million and perfect balance with nature. And they do intend. You see, they got a problem with their system. Their system is designed that about every century, every 2 to 3 generations, it falls apart. The Ponzi scheme is exposed. It's all about exploiting and stealing and robbing you and I and our children. You know, and this is the reality of things. So what happens is it starts falling apart, and so they have to have these resets, right? And these resets are always involved with the elimination of a whole bunch of us, of our ancestors, through war and pestilence. They design it all, they create it all to make it happen, and that's what they plan on doing. So I'm going to talk to the spirits for a little bit. Hey, spirits. So spirits are around me and around everyone else. I ask you to protect us, each and every one of us that hear this and don't hear this. You know, our children, our families, our neighbors, our communities, our towns, and all the way through to protect us, watch over us, and expose these evil son of a guns. And these archonic evil spirits that influence these wackadoos, these nut jobs that are called politicians and banksters and you know, moguls and billionaires, protect us from their evil schemes. And that we flip it on them and make it 70 times 7 times 700. Like put those sevens in there, right? So, you know, just expose them for what they're doing to us. Expose them and crush them. And give us the courage to be part of that. Anyway, historical context and the CIA formation. The Central Intelligence Agency, along with the Mossad, are basically the same thing. You'll see that if you do any basic research on who was actually involved in, say, the assassination of the United States, as far as JFK, his brother, the Kennedys and others, who is behind 9/11, who's behind all the wars in the Middle East, they're all working together. You see, this is how the system works. It's the foundation of the system is eugenics, war, bloodshed, and bombs. You know what I mean? It's and that's an unfortunate reality of the thing. And whether we realize it or not, especially you in the United States, you should really think about this coming election. Complicity. We vote for either one of these warmongers, and both of them are, whether it's Donald Trump or it's Camel Toe Camilla. It's the same old damn thing. They are complicit and in favor of eugenics and a genocide. And, you know, these people, you know, they're brainwashed into thinking that they're better than the rest of us. You know what I mean? It's economics, education, that kind of thing. The thing, you know, how much you've been indoctrinated, you know, your skills and all that. All this IQ nonsense, you know what I mean? There's a lot of people with this high IQ stuff. Seems the higher the IQ, the more crafty and sinister and nasty and murderous you are. That's not a very good thing when you think about it. So anyway, spirits, you know, knock it out for us, man. Wipe these things out. All these lies, all these endless lies. Getting tired of it. Getting tired of it. Getting tired of the manipulation. I know we live in a culture and a society where it's all about that. But it's always the same thing. You know what? I get these friend requests, and they're like connected with other people that are in the Bigfoot community. And there's always some young girl And I always ask the same damn freaking things. Are you single? Are you married? What's your name? That's my favorite. What's your name? I like you just friend me. And of course, these are bots and these are not real people. Or they're like the one chicks that want you to go over to link. I don't know where the hell they want you to go so they can show you their boobies and their crotch. And I'm just thinking to myself, I've seen plenty of boobie and plenty of crotch, and I've had my fill of it. That's right. And I ain't gonna pay you a dime to see what every other woman has. I should expose it. Should I expose it? Yeah, what the hell? Just to warn you about these people. There's this person right here. They're going after me, right? And so I automatically, because she's Mike from MT Paranormal Research, his friend her. So she's like, so that's what they do is they friend one of your friends, the next thing, and then they start showing you images like this, right? And I'm like, why do I want to look at you? You're freaking probably not even 18. So I'm going to say, please leave me alone. Please leave me alone. It's one thing if you're interested in the stuff that I'm interested in research, and you're interested in, say, poltergeist, spirits, Bigfoot, and all that. And let me unfriend her. I'm just like, I don't want to deal with this crap. In all honesty, it's like stupid. It's like Facebook has turned into the biggest cesspool it ever freaking was. It wasn't all that great to begin with, but now it's just like everything's about. Can I show you my box? Can I show you my boobies? And I'm just like, God, it's just what happened. It's just, all I know is that that weirdo, the owner of Facebook, he admitted that he got paid $400 million to propagandize us and deceive us, and has blood on his hands over the past 4 years from what he's done. And he'll still continue on. How is it that these people are able to be serial killers pretty much and get away with all sorts of crap? If you and I just freaking bounce a check, we're going to jail. You know what I mean? Even though they've stolen trillions upon trillions upon trillions of dollars, and I'm not exaggerating that they literally did steal trillions of dollars from us. And their agenda, especially with the G7 and the countries that are involved with that, it is a major population reduction thing, and a replacement of not so well, or how should I say this, educated people are a little more critically thinking. You know, when you're forced into such a terrible circumstance, like poverty and starvation, you'll do all sorts of terrible things, and be willing to do all sorts of things, and sell off your children and your kids and all. I'm just like, there's the true God beyond the pleroma, the creator force, this force, right, seems to have zero interest in the place that you and I are in. That's why I say, if there is a hell, folks, we are living in it. Whether you believe it or not. You say, well, it's not that bad for me. Well, you might want to reassess that. Historical context and CIA formation. Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, or you could say Catholic/Israel alliance. Is that right? Something like that. Was established in 1947. Right about the same time that Israel was established, and after the mass genocide was going on. At the same time, 1947. Britain, the United States, and Russia were slaughtering millions of of Germans and Italians and people in the Slavic states, millions of them that had nothing to do with the frickin' war. They were stuck in it just like you and I. And here's the thing about it: people should really think what's going on in Gaza. It can come home if they're willing to do that. What's going on in the Middle East? What makes you think that they're not willing to do it to you and I here? There's no patriotism of these people. These people don't care about you and I. All they care about is their power and staying in the club of the George Carlson stuff. So that's what I think I might have skipped as well. So I think the reason why my show on Thursday was bananaed is because all of a sudden, because of the jealousy of the little hat people that control YouTube, I'm going to call it something else. If they have group, they're very jealous and they're very controlling and manipulative, and so they can't handle the fact that you're sharing other platforms because they don't want the competition, right? Because what's happening is a lot of people eventually, I gotta get off my lazy butt and start trying to do the same thing. Is a lot of people who are on YouTube are leaving YouTube and going over to places like BitChute and Rumble and Odyssey where there's free speech. We don't really have free speech in this in the JEW tube. Or you think they do the everything psyops, mind game, illusions? Oh yeah, a big part of it. A big part of it. A big part of the reason we live in, because all of us could live in a much better situation, and we all know that, right? If you think about it, right? So the reason why so much of our struggling and our pain is man-made and manipulative. So yeah, I've been talking this way, Carrie, I've lost more than I've lost plenty of channels, so and I've been shadow banned, censored for over a decade. So I just say it the way it is, and I'm like, it ain't worth living in a world you can't say it the way it is. And if we'll figure it out something else. That's why I recommend you guys follow me on Twitter and on BitChute in particular, so that you keep track of what I'm up to and what latest moves are. Anyways, this whole thing about the CIA. And its roots are the Office of Strategic Services, the OSS, and the Wartime Intelligence Agency of the United States. And CIA's creation was influenced by various factors, including the need to centralize intelligence efforts during the Cold War, in quotes. And by the way, the Cold War is totally freaking another stage thing. You just get yourself the basic tenets of communism and overlay it with what's going on in the United States. And United States, and people hate me for saying this, but has been communist a lot longer than Russia. You didn't know that, because the propaganda, they want to try to tell you that we live in this free and wonderful country, right? Yeah, we still have guns, but nobody does anything with them. So, except shoot targets and go hunting. What are you going to do when you got the biggest army in the world, and it's the police force is just an extension of it? I don't know what you're going to do. I listen to a lot of people, and people thinking, I think the biggest important thing that we need to do, and we need to work collectively, in groups, we need to preserve our genetic pools. So, if you're African, you should probably preserve your genetic pools, and if you're European, we definitely should, because they're trying to wipe us out. So, muddy the waters, if you will. There's nothing wrong with being proud that we come from, Anglo-Saxon stock, Anglo-Saxon stock, yeah, that we are Germanic stock. Our people, we got, yeah, we've done some, we've been convinced to do some stuff thanks to the Rothschild bankers, because all wars are banker wars, right? And they put it people in pressure cookers, so they have to fight just for self-preservation. My Grandpa Louis, he came from Belgium after World War I, and it was interesting because he ended up joining the Belgian army after or at the tail end of World War I. He had no idea how long it was going to last, right? And the Germans, they took over the town that he lived in and threw him in a concentration camp twice for stealing potatoes to feed his family. That's the story. I believe him. So I believe he's a hell of a guy. He was a good man. He took care not only of his children, but other, he was an honorable man because Grandma Van Nieuwhouse, she ended up running off with Reverend Barr and having 3 or 4 kids, but she was too drunk and too loose to take care of them. And out of compassion and empathy and sympathy for the children, Grandpa Louis took care of those kids too. Not only hers from him, but then from another guy. I think that says a lot about Europeans in particular. I think that's why it's so easy for us to be manipulated. All this guilt. We should feel guilty about what? I mean, we're the ones that stopped slavery. We're the one that offered all these great inventions that made the world so much better. We should not feel guilty about anything. But they go out of the way and say, oh, a bunch of white supremacists and all this nonsense. And we're not. We just recognize, who we are. And, it's like everyone else has a right to preserve their lineage, their genetic pool, their stock, you know what I mean? But when it comes to us, if we want to do that, then we're just racist bigots. I'm just like, this is insane what they're putting us through. The biggest problem is so many let them keep dividing us with fear and lies. Need to bring it together at one unity, small communities, starting doing their own thing and piss the circle. Yeah, absolutely. We call a government. So that's all it is. The centralized government is all it is just these are organized crime syndicates. These are that's why it's like at this point in 2024, if you're in the United States and you vote for either one of these candidates, in my opinion, you're being complicit to genocide, not only in Gaza, but what's coming here and what we could experience in the United States the past 4 years. And the more you study it, it's been going on a long time. And so you're complicit in your own destruction. I think that every American, instead of voting this year, should go and make some signs. And even if you I've had to do it during the lockdown and the scandemic. I was the only person in my community. A community that's got lawyers and doctors. And I educate people. My son's Nana has 2 PhDs in women's studies, and she's the most messed up person you ever met in her life. But I was the only person in the middle of my town with signs and warning people and communicating with people and doing the magnetic test and all that kind of stuff. Which, by the way, that's real. The magnetic test. If you had taken the GBD jab, there's a good chance that you could have keys and forks and spoons and knives sticking all over your body. And I did the test, those who were willing and brave enough to do it, and half of them tested positive. So, but I was all by myself, you know what I mean? Warning people, because I know, I've been living with Living Health from my own end, because the swine GBD jab back in 2009, I was the prime of my life, 43 years old. Good job, doing my music, doing my art, good, my girlfriend. I had everything going for me, right? Good, being a good son, take care of my brother's daughter, who, by the way, was paralyzed as an infant from the infant GBD jab. And that's been going on for a long time, folks. And so she lived 19 years paralyzed. She ended up having this thing called a glutaric aciduria type 1, in which she wasn't able to break down the protein past the glutaric acid level, allegedly, and was and that buildup of the glutaric acid destroyed her nervous system and paralyzed her. So all that she could do was smile and cry and laugh and move her eyes. And I took care of her for 8 years. You know, I was the one that had changed to clean her G tube and change it and change her diapers and take her for walks and take her to the park. You know, and it was a sacrifice. It really was, because I'm going to tell you something. There was, you know, and I was single at the time, right? And there's a lot of people. It was interesting dynamics, right? Here, you know, and it was heartbreaking. I don't know how many times I broke down in tears just dealing with this sweet, angelic. Her name was Julie. She was sweet and blonde, wonderful. You know, just imagine if they wouldn't have ruined her. She would have been this wonderful gal with great personality. And I had to take care of her every day. And then I had to deal with all the stuff with what, because, you know, once you have a handicap or you have a handicapped kid, of course, everyone thought it was my kid, right? And if people all judge you. They say, oh my gosh, there's something wrong with you. You must have bad genes or something. And I'm like, no, I don't think so. I don't think so. My mom could paint a Rubens and a Rembrandt. She's an amazing artist. My dad looked like Jim Thorpe and was second all-state tailback in high school and played for Army. 1950, that was the number one college team to play for in the nation. He was a great athlete. Of course, the Korean War ruined his dreams. And no, it was bad genes. I think they just singled us out, and they've been working on certain formulas that are specifically tailored, and whether you like to hear it or not, towards those who come from Western Europe and have genes. So if you're in Australia or in America or wherever it may be, including Europe, they have tailored these GBD jabs to affect us, because they want to get rid of us because we're the number one threat to the quote-unquote globalists or the international banksters with their little hats and their whacked out religion. Because we have a history of dealing with them, and we have talked numerous times of what happens. Usury is a terrible thing. And usury, the banking system, is specifically designed to enslave us all and enrich the small percentage of people. And it's just evil as all get out. So CIA has created influence of various factors, including the need to centralize intelligence efforts during the Cold War, that was all. Listen, America and Russia have one of the longest treaties that America has. Notably, some founders of the CIA were connected with the elite social circles, old money, in quotes, and various powerful networks. Old money and elite influence. Many early CIA operatives came from Ivy League backgrounds and were part of the American upper class. This connection intertwined economic power with intelligence activities and ensuring that those in power could protect and expand their influence. Mafia and organized crime. During the early Cold War years, CIA reportedly collaborated with organized crime groups, and at this point actually run our federal government, and the banking system and the Fed. And that's the way, if you look at all the things that happen, you ever notice that? It doesn't matter if it's the United States, it doesn't matter if it's Australia or in the UK or France or wherever it may be, it's the same old thing, right? The average person, the worker, us, the average people, are constantly getting shafted, while the billionaire class, right, the donor class, keep on getting more and more powerful. What possesses people to do that? So part of the problem is honesty. Honesty is one of the most important things to be, is honest. So I'm going to be honest with you. I went 11 days without the cigarette, and today I broke. I ended up having a cigar and a couple cigarettes. I'm sorry. It's not easy. I tell you what, I was driving around, and my perception and everything is so whacked from quitting smoking. It's amazing how it influences everything about you. You think, your eyes, your mood. I mean, really agitated. And I was with my son, and my son goes, "Dad, why don't you just go get smoke?" Spare me, spare everyone else. You're acting like the biggest jerk. And I'm like, okay. Like it's like, oh, okay, if you insist, my son. And I tell you what, it was the best thing to do, because I was extremely irritable. And after I had a cigar, and this one was a little one, so I felt like $1,000,000 and my perception, everything. So the addiction is part. And I was talking to my friend Eddie, and he's a truck driver and all that kind of stuff, and he got a similar journey. And I said, I think there's a combination of things going on when it comes to cigarettes. There's the neurochemical thing that's going on, but I also think there's a spiritual thing. There has to be a spirit that's connected to smoking, just like alcohol, they call it spirits, and how hard it is for some people to quit drinking, then become alcoholics. I think there's a spiritual thing to it, because it's involved as well. So I got to manage this properly. My dad, he quit smoking, right, after he retired, and 6 months later he ended up having cancer. So I have a little kind of worry about doing this. You know what I mean? Because it does put a lot of stress on you if you've been smoking, like I have, for decades, to just quit. So, but I'll start up. I'll try it again. I went through this before. It's like one of those things. Like the last time, I had to go through about half a dozen rounds to finally get to the point where, yeah. So we'll see. So I'm sorry if I disappointed anyone, but honesty is part of one of those things. I honestly think it's important to be honest as possible. And I think the problems we have in the world today is because of dishonesty, because of lack of honesty. A lack of honesty, telling on yourself, and making your amends, and trying to fix things. You know what I mean? Fix yourself and fix other things, and try to, and not just because what happens if the lie compounds. That's something I learned too, right? So and I was thinking about that, and I didn't think very long about it. So I'm gonna do this show, and there's probably some people gonna be upset with me because I broke down and only lasted 11 days. I'm just like, you know what? I'm nobody's idol. I'm nobody's guru. I'm just another critter in the forest. And because what happens is the lie compounds. If that makes sense. So if I were to pretend I didn't fall off the wagon, right? Then it's just going to compound and compound and compound and make things even worse. And then, it's always bites you in the ass. So I'm telling you the truth. So it's important to be honest. So yeah, Carrie, it's extremely important to be honest. I mean, it narrows the group of people who want to be around you, and which is really weird, because you would think if people are rational about it, if logically, what would be best for you? To have people that are honest, or people that are holding lies and deceiving you and lying to you? And it's like universally people will say the prior, but in reality, everyone goes towards the liar, the deceiver, and it's just across. It doesn't matter what it is. It's a fascinating thing, and it has to be. It can't just be. There has to be a spiritual component to it. You know what I mean? There has to be because But I what that means 100%. I'm still working on, and I know that most people claim that they know. Nah, they don't know. They just saying they do. So the mafia, the organized crime during the early Cold Wars, the CIA reportedly collaborated with organized crime groups because actually they're the same thing. And efforts like Operation Underworld during World War II, where the OSS worked with the mafia to protect American docks from acts of sabotage and exemplifying this cooperation. So, how many of you heard of Operation Underworld? Operation Underworld, the United States government's code name for the cooperation of the Italian American mafia and Jewish organized crime figures. And guess what's happened in the course of time? The latter group, the one that starts with the J, has overcome the Italian American mafia. They're the ones in charge now. And part of the reason, the things that we're going to be dealing with, all the stuff that we're going to witnessing and the chaos that's going on in Europe and Ukraine and the Middle East and the financial stuff and illegal immigration is because a certain group of people, a certain the latter organization, criminal organization, starts with J, has overcome the Anglo-American Italian block of criminals, but at least the Anglo-American Italian block of criminals cared a little more about you and I, because this latter group, they don't like us at all. They think that we're goyim and dogs and all that kind of crap. So, anyways. So that's you can read more about this stuff. And once again, he's closing shop. He figured out what's going on. Like so many of us, 14 Winds, scientific research, don't explain. And we're going to listen to, might be, well, I don't know if it's going to be his last, but one of his last interviews. You can find it, or 14 Winds, and he's on like different podcasts, platforms, that kind of thing. It's mostly audio, not visual. Once again, what's behind me is an entity that I filmed back in 2019 that some people claim to be a Bigfoot, but I don't believe it's a Bigfoot. I believe a lot of these things that we're filming in the woods are poltergeists and plasmic in nature. What we will do is we'll start listening to the interview. I haven't really listened to most of it, but I'm pretty confident from what I know of the guy, we're pretty much on the same page. So, and I think that, sometimes hearing a different voice at times maybe supports your position, helps all those who hear me say, well, maybe the guy has a point. Maybe we're not dealing with things that are flesh and blood. So, how am I going to do this? Let's give us some imagery for you guys. For now. I set this up. One thing I could ask of who's in the room, if you could tell me when I start, I'm going to start the recording in a little bit here. Tell me if you hear it, or if you can hear it or not. So I'm going to start this. Just tell me if you can hear it or not, please. Might take up a second here. Fair use.
The planets for the masters almost surely have a plan. There's clearly maybe something there beyond the realm of man. And until we fully tested every last closed chest.
Could you hear that? Let me know if you can hear that.
You, I find the more we think we know, the less we really
Thank you.
do. Where would we be without TAC? 'Cause we know they're lying to us, just don't know to what degree. Where would we be without TAC? The Higher Side Chat Show, Greg Carlwood and Company.
Serenity now, dear people of the internet. From the Sunshine State, I'm Greg Carlwood, and while we play politics, absorb entertainment, and silence our internal screams for a more meaningful existence right on through our morning commute, might it be possible that on a hidden level of reality that humans rarely see, we're being watched, studied, and maybe even farmed in a curated, free-range environment for some para-ultra-crypto-terrestrial higher order of beings? Few thoughts are more unsettling than something else out there so far beyond our own ability that it might have even engineered our own limitations, spawned religions for fun with dramatic displays, and toyed with millions of people over the culmination of the human story while the rest of us dismiss their experiences en masse. Might we be food, energetic nourishment, or just playthings for advanced, shape-shifting, sentient light beings living right alongside us undetected and unacknowledged as we obsess over a 24-hour news cycle and a never-ending string of distractions? Well, few people have done more to advance these ideas, as well as the wide range of bizarre anomalous happenings throughout history, than Charles Ford, even spawning an entire field of study in high strangeness category all his own. And today's guest, Rom X, knows this all too well, as he's been engaged in such research for years, much of which is talked about on his website and podcast, aptly titled 40 and Wins. The 40 and Wins podcast ran for 4 years and concluded not too long ago with some very interesting insights from Rom X that I asked him to come here to talk to me about. And wouldn't you know it, here we are. So let's go, people. The 40 and Wins researcher, ultra-terrestrial investigator, and high strangeness sleuth, Rom X, welcome to the higher side, my man.
Hey, Greg. Thanks for having me. So glad to be here.
Yeah, thank you for doing this. As you know, I went to pop on the most recent episode of 40 and Wins one day and was surprised to hear you say it was ending. But that last episode would be a deep dive into your own final conclusions about ufology and all things related. And a lot of these conclusions were similar to my own, but went much further and contained provocative comments here and there that I just wanted to hear more about. But one of the big things I think we both agree on is that we're dealing with something much closer to home, maybe something that is a form of sentient light or plasma at its core. Is that right?
That's correct. Yeah. So the Russians think that, their science team seems to think that at least one form of this is intelligent plasma. And it's a good guess. What we see is, or what people report is a ball of light. And then that ball of light becomes something else in many cases, not all. Sometimes things show up that are looking physical.
Mm-hmm. It is funny how people try to logic out what's happening. But for example, in a lot of Bigfoot cases, you'll have people who write entire books where a UFO is present during Bigfoot encounters. And so then people think, oh, well, Bigfoot must be flying this spaceship from somewhere else out in space. And it's like, no. Maybe it's a projection. Maybe it's a shapeshift of some kind. And maybe they're always present, but are only noticed in a handful of cases.
It becomes so apparent at some point in the research, I think, as you're going into it. I would love to see a race between the Mothman and Bigfoot in UFOs. I'd pay lots of money for that. The fact that these beings or cryptids, or sometimes they're just crazy looking ufonauts, right? The case of Carl Higdon, I think, is a great example of something that showed up looking like a 5-year-old druid. Like, oh, I want a hook for an arm and I want another arm on here. And it was like something having a good time. And I think I like Keel's work best when he really identifies that, when he really dives into that. When he notices the absurdities, just like Belay does, but Keel takes it a little bit further and he says, okay, this is what this phenomenon is. I think we often get lost. A phrase that I really like to use with the phenomenon is simple definitions. And that's something that police officers use. They say simple definitions. And it's a problem because police officers are always saying, well, that guy looks like a criminal and maybe harass him, but often they're right. That's why they do it. And that's not to say any of that is correct, but simple definitions is what police usually operate on. And they do that because it's usually correct, right?
It's not a bad idea in this case because I've found that the more I try to narrow in on a tighter definition, the quicker someone throws a case at me that's like, well, what about this? It didn't happen over here. And it's like, yeah, okay, sure. Let's broaden out a little bit.
Exactly. We could find 25 different reptile soul sucker cases. And then we go, oh, there's gray huggers. It's all over the map. And one thing that people will do, that researchers will do, is cherry pick. And then they go, oh, well, only the reptile ones are real, and the gray huggers are all just people making stuff up. So we tried to really avoid that at 14 Wins. And so we created a standard of evidence. And that's in our About section, if anyone's curious. But that's how we went about evaluating cases, because I think you have to start using common sense, simple definitions and common sense. I don't have to worry about harassing anyone until the phenomenon sues me or something. I don't know. So I can use the simple definitions when it comes to the phenomenon, and they're often correct. I think like in the case of, say, the Nimitz encounter in the Tic Tac, right? And I think that that one's really important because for me, that was the extraordinary evidence case. Carl Sagan used to say, right? Extraordinary claims take extraordinary evidence. The extraordinary evidence is all there in the Tic Tac case. You have instrumentation, lots and lots of witnesses, multiple instances. I mean, there's no more that you could ask for. And it wasn't until, I think, 2019, when the Navy admitted that that video was real, that I finally said, oh, okay, maybe, you know, and then looked into it. And when I looked into it, I took about a month to evaluate the Tic Tac case. Let's go through the math, let's go through the witnesses, let's start asking questions of people from the government.
Mm-hmm. And you do have a background as a data analyst and a technologist, you said, which, you know, maybe needs further fleshing out. But why do you think that you might be someone who, because of your regular professional background, might have a deeper insight into analyzing material like this?
Yeah, it's tricky. I don't like to talk about my background. The main reason that we don't talk about our backgrounds at 14 Wins is to keep our egos out of it. And there's so much of that in the ufology field, right? An influencer is someone who oftentimes gains the confidence of the audience, and that could be appropriately given or not. So we said, we're not going to be influencers. When people come to 14 Wins, we want you to focus on the information. I'm pseudo-retired now, as you pointed out, so I can share a little bit. I do have a background as a technologist. I have worked in private and sometimes public. I have some background of working with classified material, but nothing UAP related. So otherwise I couldn't talk about it, but that was a long time ago. However, it did give me those two things together, like having some government knowledge and then having a lot of technology experience, has landed me in a lot of different places and gave me some contacts. And I think it gave me some of the skills to help, you know, take this on in my way anyway. There's a lot of different ways to look at this phenomenon. You've had some great guests on, like Pasolka, and you've had Miguel Connor on, looking at it from completely different directions. Peter Levenda. Like, none of those people could care less about the propulsion of these craft, which was what really drove me at first.
Mm-hmm. And that was going to be one of my questions for you, because you start off that podcast talking about light beams that need physical matter to interact in our environment. They can change things around. They can shapeshift themselves. And then you go into how they fly, and you say it's counter-rotating magnets, which is a common conclusion around here. Even Gerald Pollack, the water scientist, towards the end of our interview, made some comments about the Earth's negative charge that's just there naturally, and that you could use that as a basis for creating a technology that counteracts that charge, which is essentially, we're talking about magnetism. So that's there, but you know, when you're talking about light beams and then moving to how these crafts fly using magnets, now we're getting into technology. And I guess I don't see the jump, because it seems like these beams don't need any technology as we know it. Are you talking about our own crafts when you say that? Some of the reverse engineering that's been done?
My theory, and it's backed by the evidence, but as you know, we always have to be careful with the fact that we can make theories fit the evidence, right? But my theory, it echoes Boole and Keel's, which is when it wants to play in our space, it's creating things. It's creating physical objects. And those physical objects, I don't know what all of the rules are in terms of those objects, but I know that in terms of the magnetism, I'll share a little bit about how I came to that conclusion, because we didn't get into that. And it's really through the medical evidence. And there's just a lot of bodies that have been affected by craft that were too close. And so analyzing the medical evidence and then analyzing it against all the different types of propulsion that we thought might be the case. That was the only one that matched up. And that's how we came to that conclusion. If you were to peer review that, you know, with your Harvard astrophysicists, they would throw you out of the bus.
Well, I am interested in how magnets affect the human body, because we often hear radiation associated with this stuff, that is the cause. People even go into biblical stories of people being turned into a pillar of salt and that kind of thing. And they speculate that, well, that might have been an interaction that was too close to one of these light beams or something. But I thought magnets were fairly harmless. I mean, I know an MRI is using magnets, but talk to us a little bit deeper about that.
Right. There's a couple of things going on here. One of the things that, when you talk about radiation in relation to this, the one anomaly among the anomalous energy signatures that were left on people from these craft is gamma. So I'm theorizing, I mean, it seems to be logical that it's some form of fission that's powering the magnets. And it's a unique form of fission that we don't understand, or the public doesn't understand. And that is how people can get irradiated by standing too close. But then Keel had a theory, and it's interesting. And there's a couple of interdimensional ways that that might be happening. But his theory was that once you brought these things into physical reality, that they would begin to decay because they're not physically real. So as they decay, they would give off radiation.
That makes sense. So you mentioned to me Mac Tonnies, the author of Crypto-Terrestrials. And it's funny because when I started...
So I want to talk a little bit about some of the images I got here. And I noticed something that a lot of times these orbs or entities, like this one in the corner here, is emitting a lot of energy. The orb here, the head, looks like a Bigfoot type of thing. It's got just a bit of energy. It's one of these we call Ohio grassmen or something like that I filmed. You know, the tree structures. I think they do. I think these entities themselves emit some kind of energetic field, or as gamma rays or radiation of some sort. I know that I have pissed blood out in the field, and I had no reason to be pissing blood. So, something to think about.
The show like 13 years ago at this point, one of the first times someone was brought up who I was like, oh man, I'd love to interview them, but they're dead. It was Mac Tony's in an interview with Nick Redfern. And he got me thinking about, why should we trust these beings that point to the stars and say that's where they're from, when maybe it's the exact opposite and they are from underground? And I was like, oh man, this is right up my alley. But of course, he passed, and I've read the book. It's been about a decade now. But what did you get from Mac Tony's and that crypto-terrestrial book that you fit into your overall puzzle?
Part of it was the timing of when I encountered some of these things. And it was in the course of the research, and we had just been finding tunnel after tunnel near sites that with high UAP activity. So naturally, you're like, are they living underground? That's not a crazy question. Even the ET folks, have all sorts of underground lore. There's a possibility there. It doesn't really matter their point of origin. To me, I think that question gets in the way of the research. So the point of origin, whether they're from another dimension or from the inner earth or from here, maybe they were former humans. The point of the story is their capabilities. So when I sort of redefine ultra-terrestrials for 14 Winds, which is we're referring to the capabilities they have. And so they had these capabilities and they had these tunnels. And then when I found Tawny's work, it was just so much parallels between what we were finding and what he had found 15 years ago or 20 years ago. And he had done a really good job of, I thought, taking Valet's work further and really challenging it and doing it in a very respectful, peer-driven way. Because Valet is probably the greatest UFO researcher of all time, but he doesn't have it figured out. It's up to the rest of us. He's got some stuff figured out. But in terms of Tawny's work, and specifically what speaks to me, is the frequency of the tunnels, the frequency of the craft, the frequency of the population, the UFOnauts. These things are happening every day. UFO instances are happening every day. If they're here that much, they're not visitors. So they're here in one sense or another. And then we find physical evidence that there was traces of a civilization underground. The Nazca mummies, there's tons of tunnels in Peru. And we've been diving into that more. Connection between megalithic structures and tunnels and non-human bodies.
Yeah, and in that last episode, you even said, don't fully discount the things Tom DeLonge says, which, was a bit of a head scratcher for me. I mean, the reality is that he's going to have some good information. I don't know what percentage of it is good information, but, him and a couple other guys have this Carnival Barker personality type, or something just doesn't strike me as resonant. But he did say in the Joe Rogan interview, he's like, well, you wouldn't even believe the real story. And he's like, well, just tell it to me. And, which is another thing, is everyone's like, I can't even say because people aren't going to be able to deal with this information. I really hate to be babied like that. But he said, well, it goes all the way back to Atlantis and an advanced civilization after a big cataclysm got off world or went underground, and they were so advanced that they just broke off. And then you're getting into Richard Dolan's breakaway civilization stuff. And I don't know if it rings true to me, but the Hopi and a lot of cultures do have legends of, hey, it's time for a cataclysm. Some advanced being came and took us underground so we could survive. And that stuff's interesting. But when you mention former humans and then also light beings, it's like, well, there is this trope of humans being able to advance themselves to a degree that they become pure light. It's always been in like spiritual stuff and the mystical stuff. And that's just curious. And if an advanced civilization did crack this code of becoming light, well, maybe they're still around. They still consider this somewhat a home, but they're so far removed from humanity that we interpret them as something so bizarre, they must be from outer space. I don't know, but it's like, there's not a lot of other, this mysticism tradition of you can advance and become green slime. It's like, it's light. So it is interesting that there's a hit there somewhat.
So two things there, DeLonge, and then we'll get back to the inner earth part of that. So DeLonge, he is an asset. That's the definition of an intelligence asset. And I think even in Pasulka's American Cosmic, she clearly recognizes the fact that she's being recruited by Tim Taylor as an asset. They're assets, right? And they can be aware of it, but then they're fed information. And we don't know which part is true and which isn't. And they don't either. How would you? So when it comes to DeLong, I think the things that I find that he's saying that match up with what we found in 14 Winds are the same things that Gary Nolan is saying, because they're based on evidence. You know, those are evidence-based ideas, and that's the same evidence that we're looking at. So they start to deal with things like non-local consciousness, which other people don't want to deal with, and it's part of the phenomenon. And then they wrap that into, okay, how does that fit into remote viewing? How does that fit into things like astral projection? And that is where the research goes. And I think it can go there scientifically. It's a blending of esoteric ancient ideas and modern science, because our ancestors were having contact with this thing and they didn't understand quantum physics. So the methods and the ability to contact and manipulate this thing may not rely on our scientific acumen. And so when DeLong and Gary Nolan and his crowd, you know, Belay is part of that crowd too, right? They kind of take their cues from Belay, and then apparently from what I understand, the government does as well. That should scare the hell out of everyone. Because if they're teaching Belay in the CIA, that's as far as they got. So that's concerning, right? It's not that I think anyone's got it all right, including the government. It's the fact that we're clearly sipping from the same spring. So Tom DeLong is getting good information. Gary Nolan is giving good information. Jacques Belay gives good information. That crowd is tuned into some good stuff. So to that extent, I think he's correct. When he starts going off about Atlantis, how would you know that?
Right. That's probably just the stuff he hears from these guys who also are heavily speculating. But Gary Nolan, obviously you knew I was going to bring up Gary Nolan. For people who aren't as familiar, he's big in the current scene. He's an immunologist, oddly. He seems genuine to me. He says he's fueled by his own uninvited experiences with these ultra-terrestrials as part of a family of experiencers. He confirmed that he is James from Diana Pasulka's American Cosmic. And I watched an interview where he gave some more details. So for those listening, he once saw a UFO fly over as a paper boy. You know, paper boys are out there at twilight at 4 or 5 a.m. doing their thing. So he saw something there. He once woke up with a buzzing message in his head that said, "This is how you connect." And he asked it to stop, and it did. He saw little men in his room as a boy. And when he saw the book Communion, he recognized that as a match, the being on the cover. And then this is where it gets weird with his work as an adult. He says he was asked by the CIA to analyze blood from UAP experiencers because he had some of the most advanced and sensitive equipment for doing so. That made me wonder about blood plasma. But he also mentioned some research about white matter in people's brains seen on MRIs, scar tissue. He speculated attempts to dampen parts of the brain to allow for more sustained contact. Maybe something these beings are doing to the people to be like, hey, the signal's not very strong. Let me get into your head and make some changes. And now the signal is much stronger. That's freaky. He also mentioned UFOs spilling out molten metals and plasmas. And in one case, he said, if it's hit with terahertz frequency, it levitates. And then the interviewer said, well, tell me more about that. And he said, specifically, I cannot say more about that. That is what I can say. And so you called him Saint Gary, which I like a lot because there is a spirituality to all this. And it is almost like a religion. But when it comes to Gary Nolan, talk to us a little bit more about what you think his role is. How trustworthy is he? What does he say that really lights you up?
So Gary is a gift to the UFO phenomenon, or to the public disclosure efforts around the UFO phenomenon. Because as you point out, his credibility is through the roof. He's a brilliant scientist. He's from Stanford, so he's got that Ivy League cred. He's rich. So he's got contacts that we couldn't even imagine. And that's enough to piss me off, right? There's a few of those that it's enough to piss me off. But I try not to be resentful. I'm just happy that he shares the information. But with all of these folks, too, I just want to caveat this before I go on some effusive praise of him, is that, like, when it comes to all of these folks, if they're not telling us everything, then let's move on. Let's go find the information ourselves. Like, if that's all you have to say, appreciate you saying it. Bob Bigelow, Gary Nolan, Jacques Vallée himself. If that's all you got to say, I appreciate you telling me. Let's move on. So that's kind of how I feel about that effort going on there, because like the Soul Foundation is trying to influence the government on our behalf, and God bless them. But I'm more interested, and I think the real information is going to come from us doing the research ourselves and sharing it. As far as how great he is, he's done so much important research that I think supports Vallée's conclusions. So when he did some material analysis and he put out some scatter plots, I mean, the inhomogeneous mixing of the materials. So that's like, normally we build with Legos and someone uses Legos like they're finger painting. That's not bad. That was a Star Trek moment.
I like that analogy. Yeah, that's good.
That's what they're doing there. And then when he talks about the materials and the materials left behind, that's interesting, but they're not sharing that material data. And I also don't know the provenance of the materials. So if I don't know the evidence, I'm not going to take it at face value from anyone, even St. Gary. Keel thought that, though. Keel thought that when cryptids cases, when the cryptid was done being physical, that they would degrade into something resembling silicon carbide. But I was never able to prove that either. Let me couch that a little bit. Keel was something of a trickster, and he would often say things that were sort of metaphorical, but he knew they were in the right direction. He would say them with confidence, and they turn out to be wrong. But you end up learning they're in the right direction, which might be the entire Mothman process. When it comes to Gary and the bodies, I think that is really impactful. So he's talked about the caudate putamen being key to determining who gets affected by the phenomenon. And people who he tested had an unusually large caudate putamen. He had a very small sample when he did this, but he said the results were statistically anomalous, and so it felt pretty solid to him. But he said that caudate putamen, and we don't know why certain people get affected by the phenomenon and others don't. And I think that is so central to us trying to understand what this is fully, is that two people can be in the same location, encountering the same energy, and come away with completely different experiences. And the experiences are solid. The provenance of the information is solid. They seem to have both experienced something different in the same location. So how the hell does something like that happen scientifically?
Yeah. You start to wonder, but it's like people say, just with consciousness, they say, well, it seems like consciousness is primary and our bodies are a receiver of consciousness. And so if you're talking about a signal and a receiver, well, there can be all kinds of different aspects of that signal. How strong is the signal? We've all gone through a tunnel in our cell phone. Obviously, that affects the signal. So when you're talking about things in those terms, the signal can be 5 times stronger for someone else. It can sound completely different. It can look completely different. So I do think that's the right context to talk about this stuff. And maybe there's a physical part of a person's body, the wiring of their brain, that changes the antenna and what it can receive or how strong the signal is.
Well put. I think all of those things are well supported by the research, not just the anecdotal cases, but even some of the physical evidence. We've seen this happen repeatedly, and it also ties into the hitchhiker effect. So for those who don't know what the hitchhiker effect is, the most common example, and I think the best one, is when people have a UFO sighting. and they go home and they experience something like poltergeist activity. And this is not uncommon, it's the norm. It's uncommon for you to go out there and see a UFO and go home and not have something happen. You know, if you're seeing it in close proximity and it's an intense encounter, you're very likely to go home and have some weird stuff happen.
Yeah, and it's interesting to think about it in the receiver context, because if these are conscious entities, they might have a mechanism to, once they grab an antenna, they don't want to let go, and they don't have to let go, perhaps.
Were you marked? Were you branded? That's ultimately where that goes.
I agree.
And I think when we look at abduction cases with that in mind, and we hear what they say, boy, it sure sounds like another form of confirmation that that's true.
Agreed. So I sent you this list of some of the comments you made that I wanted to have you elaborate on, just so that you'd have time to gather your thoughts. But you also sent me one of your articles in response to that. Lots of great ones on the site, but this one starts with the author's note. We've been sitting on this observation forever. Didn't really know what to do with it, still don't, but here's the sitch. There was mysterious megaliths, enigmatic elongated skulls, and human sacrifice in Malta and Nazca at a time when humans had somewhat abandoned the practice. Then the Nazis came along and built a crypt suspiciously similar to the one in Malta. What does it mean? Not sure yet, but the fact that all of these things involved UAP, occult or shamanic practices, and 2 out of the 3 sites involved human sacrifice, the 3rd involving mass genocide. So I do say that counts, but it is weird. And I agree. You say it's very weird. And I would like some help in trying to understand what you're seeing with these similarities, or what do you think the connective tissue is there?
Let me go back one further to the alien abductions, the Switch article. And that one discusses the brain effects of people who are in a shamanistic trance state where they have been measured and then they have been studied, and they are all saying that they're experiencing alien abductions. There's a paper written by Norman Don and Gilda Mora that we talk about a lot. Again, it's a small sample. I think they surveyed 100 people in Brazil who were experiencing that effect, right? So they have this 40 hertz signal appearing on their prefrontal cortex, and they're in this hyper-aroused state that is also hyper-focused. All of those things are super important. And that ties right into the occult, because this is what I think the mechanism is, the connective tissue between, say, shamanistic practices, religious people who experience this, and the occult experiences. Because I think the connective tissue is there. It's that 40 hertz signal that's happening in the brain where you're in this hyper-aroused state, and you're also super focused. So there's multiple ways to get into that state. There's meditation, there's psychedelics, and then binaural beats. We talk about a number of them. And I would assume that there's a technological way to do it. And if you were the government and you figured that out, you'd be working on that, right? So that, I think, is the connective tissue. And that's one of those things I'm not like Keel. I won't tell you that that's the exact right answer. I'll tell you, I think that's in the right direction. I'm quite sure. And that is where the switch is, because we've seen abduction cases that are physical and we've seen abduction cases that are psychic. And why would we believe a psychic case? Why would we think that they're not just having a bad dream? And it's because they have PTSD after. And the PTSD is the same as someone who was physically missing and was the victim of a physical abduction case. This has been noted by John Mack and a Harvard psychiatrist who did all this research too. So it's not just shooting from the cuff. That really happens. So in that state, you could encounter something. You're far more likely to encounter something. One of the things I mentioned in that last episode is that I think that's what happened with the Mormon church, and that Joseph Smith was staring into a scrying stone, or it's like a crystal, like being a crystal ball gazer, right? For those who don't know. It's sort of like remote viewing. You stare at it for long enough and something shows you something. In this case, Smith was looking for treasure, which is self-serving, by the way. and he ends up running into an entity. And it's a very weird story. The entity keeps telling him to come back and keeps playing with him. It sounds more like what we find in authentic, anomalous Fortean cases. So I think he probably did, and it was something to do with that state. In that state, you're receiving a signal. And that's the exciting thing to me, because now we've found what might be the antenna. All we have to do is shut off the signal if we wanted to.
Mm-hmm. Or turn that baby up.
Or turn it up. That was another piece of information we sat on for a while, because we said, well, if we tell people how to turn it off, they're just going to turn it up. And you're probably going to get 7 people turning it up for every 3 people that turn it off. But I'm starting to wonder if that's a good reason to hold anything back. There's some other stuff that we've just been sitting on. It's not that we don't tell people the information. It's just that maybe we don't give them all the means to go find more of it on their own, because we don't know what people are going to do with it. There really is a arms race for this stuff.
Yeah. But that, again, gets back to, like, I don't like to be babied, and I don't like to worry about what other people are going to do with information that comes from just a conversation. We're just a couple of guys talking. If someone wants to hear the word human sacrifice and go off and do some crazy stuff, how could that possibly have anything to do with us? What would you say you might be sitting on, or what's an aspect of this that people who have been looking into it, like myself and yourself, and a lot of this audience is familiar with the field of ufology through the 80s and 90s and so on, read several books on it. What do you think that you might be sitting on that you just don't hear talked about all that much, but you think is important?
I think the tunnels, recently, that's been something that has really jumped out at us. The fact that these tunnels, these ancient tunnel systems exist. They exist in Europe, they exist in South America, they exist in North America. And then there's probably a bunch that we haven't found. So I think that that could use more attention. And then I think that there's ways to communicate with this phenomenon, and that if we're going to get serious in the public about us understanding it more, the only way to do that is going to be through communication. As you say, many people have read books on this subject. And, you know, if you've read Vallée, like one of his bigger ones is Messengers of Deception. And that's a really good one to read, and a super important point, because these things are deceptive. We just don't know where they're from or what their agenda is, because they're always coming in and saying something different. And I think it's a huge problem in the UFO field right now, where people just grab onto one of those things and they say, okay, this is the answer. It's lazy and it's misinformation. We don't know.
Yeah. And that's why I said turn up the signal. I don't personally want to do it, but I want people to do it so that more communication comes through. And you mentioned the elongated skulls. I'm curious about that. So Greg Little and Andrew Collins have a book called Denisovan Origins, and that's really interesting because they think the Denisovans were more the shamanic race of humanoids that maybe their brains were wired to get to that place easier, and then we just kind of observed what they were doing, and then they died out. Are you kind of saying something similar, like the elongated skulls was maybe not aliens? That's usually what people say. The Paracas skulls were aliens or hybrids. But you're saying maybe they are just another type of human, and maybe their wiring was such that they were more connected.
It's going to get a little confusing, but they all have elongated skulls. So going back to that article you mentioned about the megalithic structures and the elongated skulls. So at Malta, elongated skulls were found, and those were another type of human. Those were the Halsafini skulls, and they've been, shuttered away for about 10 years. But they were studied, and a scientist came out and said, it's a very dry, short paper we put in the article. It says these are real. They don't have cranial netting or head binding, which is how we would elongate our skulls and how native tribes do it today. They don't have any of that, and they're elongated, and they're still another type of human. So those were found around Malta, right? And then there you find a bunch of human sacrifice at a time when people weren't really doing a lot of human sacrifice. Human sacrifice kind of was shut down around Mesopotamia and Sumer. And one of the reasons was Zoroastrianism. So, we came out with this monotheistic religion. This God doesn't want you to do that, so you don't have to do that anymore. And that's probably something that the Hebrews were inspired by when they started their own religion. And so I think that history is a little bit important, because if human sacrifice and the phenomenon are related, and that is a way to develop some sort of contact or manipulation of the phenomenon, maybe that's what was happening all the way up until Mesopotamia and Sumer. It's possible, we don't know, but what we have is evidence of human sacrifice, evidence of these sort of occultic or shamanistic like traditions, and then we have elongated skulls. And we also have an incredibly high amount of UAP activity at those locations, even to today. So we have different elongated skulls, though, because the beings in Nazca, which there was just another DNA test done, I think, 2 weeks ago, and they look clearly manufactured. And we were kind of hypothesizing about that on the 14 Wind show when we did our Nazca Mummy episode. And I said, I don't think that these beings, any of their DNA will match, but they're all going to look similar. And it's telling you that something just makes stuff on the fly, right? And it uses whatever it has around to make it. That's what it looks like to me.
I agree. And I've said for a long time that the ufologists and the occultists need to have a powwow together, because in both cases, you're talking about people who see things either directed or undirected. Ufologists and people who are experiencers, it seems random to them. But then you have people who can trigger it by making a pentagram on the ground. And what shows up? Usually something very bizarre that defies any category, and oftentimes is a being of light at its core, or it shows up in that form often. And it probably gets right into that 40 hertz range of you work yourself up with the robes and the chanting and the rituals, and you somehow get there. And you can say, well, this is more real because I didn't take mushrooms. Well, I mean, there's, again, many mechanisms to get you to that state. And But again, with old money, like, even if you're studying the occult, these people, they look at the old money and they see whispers and illusions that, there's something up there. There's some kind of science of magic that these people know and preserve and don't really share. And so it just, again, speaks to the overlap of this phenomenon with old school families, the richest of the rich. But talk to us about that connection. When you say old money, very provocative, but what did you mean by that?
Yeah, it's possible they have some sort of secret traditional knowledge. This idea does run adjacent to those conspiracy theories. You could look at it as one more possible form of confirmation, but what I can say for sure is that these families have more knowledge of the UAP phenomenon than the rest of us, right? Who are those families? It's big money and big science that really gets to see this stuff and really gets to dive into it. And big money uses big science to get there. So big science is NASA, the NRO, Department of Energy, and then it's also these labs. So you have Oak Ridge National Labs, you have Radiance, you have Lockheed Skunk Works, and Northrop. Those are places where I have seen evidence that there's some UAP activity going on. So who owns those places? How'd they start? Who owns the process, right? And the process is owned by the CIA, of course. Matt Ford and some other folks put out a pretty good article a while back indicating that it was the Office of Global Access that had a lot of power associated with UAPs. So some of these big money families were around when the CIA was founded. David Grush brought this up right on the floor of Congress. These big money families, the mafia and the Vatican, were all around when the CIA was founded. And that's important because they all knew. Without getting too deep into the conspiracy side and saying they're all dressing up in robes or something, look, they all knew. They all knew that UFOs existed all the way back in the 1930s. And they have known now for almost 100 years. So what they've been able to do with that knowledge, we can only imagine. And they're the only ones with access to it. Big money and big science are the only ones with access to that knowledge. So if there's something in there that can save their Grandma Doris and not your Grandma Doris, I guess their Grandma Doris wins. Or 0 point energy or any number of things. Time travel has been brought up as a possibility. I mean, do you trust these people with time travel? I don't.
No.
So who knows what it could be? The point is that it's advanced technology and they're the only ones with access to it. And then they have access to something else, something that Carl Nell, who was David Grush's boss, brought up during a SALT conference he did. And that's an excellent piece of video there, if you want to look it up on YouTube, Carl Nell's SALT conference. And he talks about a couple of things in there that I think are really important. And for one, he says that everyone has a right to know this because this is your reality. So someone keeping it from you is just wrong. Like, if you have morals, that's just wrong. That's one. Number two is this can advance our science, can advance our species. So to keep it hidden it's insidious. And I think big money keeping this hidden for their own benefit, obviously. And then there's religion that gets involved. So who are those families? Let's name names. The Rothschilds, the Bushes, and that's George H.W. and Jr. The Rockefellers, it's the DuPonts. And the last one I think is most important, it's the Mellons. And so Chris Mellon is obviously a big influential figure in the UAP field. He's pushing for disclosure. And he may be the chosen one from their side. The guy who's coming over and says, hey, this is wrong. our little clique has been keeping this amongst us for too long. It needs to come out. Might be. When it comes to like Elizondo and Mellon and Jay Stratton and all those guys that are coming out of Intel and then telling us stuff, I think we should take it in stride. We should say, okay, as long as it plays out as true, they're telling the truth. Because we've been waiting for people like this to come forward from the government. So it's only natural that people attack them and that they're critical of them, but we just need to be measured as we do. I think so far, Mellon and Elizondo and Stratton and that crowd have been honest to the extent that they can be. And that annoys the hell out of people because they're not being honest about everything.
I think that's a pretty good summary. And I know you have another article where you talk about the jackpot of the right person, meaning that their antenna is tuned to receive, and then the right time and the right space. And we know that it seems as if there are areas where if you have contact repeatedly, it becomes easier for contact to occur at those places. So I think about the whole lineage of occult orders and Rosicrucians and Freemasons and this stuff. And if you have rooms, like even the Skull and Bones, if you have rooms where people are calling these beings for a couple hundred years, like it probably gets a lot easier for them to be called in these locations. And that's why I think there's this occult stuff with the elite families, is that has been their mechanism of contact. That's how they've dialed up the phone, and they've maintained this contact for a long time. The speculative bit, and I'm curious what you think about this, is what could be gained from that communication? So you mentioned technology. Sure, they might be able to, through seeding ideas to the people, giving them all the keys to jailbreaking reality through science and through different avenues and different methods of physics that really don't get advertised publicly. Free energy, all that kind of stuff. But is there more? Like, could they know about things that aren't technologically based, like the real origins of humanity? It seems like we can get into the religion stuff. It seems like they might seed religions. But do you think that there's other mechanisms of wealth preservation for these families? How much can these entities affect our reality? And would they even do so on behalf of elite families who maintain some kind of relationship? Like, what do you think the give and take is between these people at the highest levels?
That's a really good question. So I think that, first of all, when it comes to the entities, let's go talk about the NHI first. They don't seem to be manipulated easily. And when people think that they're manipulating them, they're being manipulated. So do I believe that these rich and powerful people have figured out a way to get around that? No, I don't. I think the entities are too powerful. So they're probably having contact. They're probably, I say that with some sense of certainty because they have the ability and they've had 100 years to do it. So they're probably having some sort of contact, but we've talked to people, both of us, who had contact with this phenomenon, and I had some sort of experiences. They were subtle. You know, people talk about it being a feeling and a download, and information just comes flying at you. And that's more what I subjectively experienced. It wasn't something that felt physical, and it came with an emotion and feeling. It didn't come just as information. It was all of the above. So are they experiencing that? Have they found a way to tap into that? Probably. And does that give them an advantage? I think it certainly would. But it also puts you prone to manipulation, right? Puts you prone to manipulation, these entities. Who's manipulating who? That was one of the reasons when we put down 14 Wins, I said, I have to walk away from this for a while. It was starting to happen more frequently. And I said, I don't know what this is. I have no idea. And I don't know if it's good or bad. And all the things that I've researched about intent, and I had to take a big step back and find that connective tissue that you appropriately brought up today. Get it back to science somehow, you know, with the 40 hertz and the brain activity being consistent, I had to understand and go, okay, well, this is probably what's happening. It's not magic words. It's nothing like that. I don't think it's the ritual itself in any of these cases. But some of the process involved in the ritual is super important, like Pentecostals. So we interviewed a person who had witnessed a possession, supernatural possession. And that was the weirdest week of 14 Winds, by the way. People talk about how your technology starts breaking and stuff when you're researching. It happened. Some of the subjective things that people talk about, I can say that they happen to us, like synchronicities and certain things like that. But the possession stuff, it's operating on that same level. And so this guy was in a Pentecostal church or a Pentecostal meeting when it happened. And all of the stuff that he had seen was around Pentecostals. Chris Bledsoe, who is the most famous UFO contactee today, is a former Pentecostal too. So I would look at Pentecostal as just another shamanistic tradition, right? So the way I sort of simplify this, there's a great haunting study that was done by the editor of the Journal of Scientific Exploration, Jim Moran. And they had 20 papers that they put together and tried to find similarities between people who had experienced haunting stuff. And they found 4 core characteristics. I would recommend reading up on that, but we've simplified that into 3. So it is person, place, and time. And to be the right person, it can be a variety of things. I look at this more like SEO on the internet. Do you have a lot of pictures and video? Google will rank you higher. Are your keywords right? Okay, Google will rank you higher for that. So it's a scale that can take in a lot of different inputs. But as long as those inputs reach a certain level, person, place, and time, an experience happens. So as you point out, you can create a space where it makes those things more likely to occur. And you can become more the right person by continuously putting your brain into that 40 hertz state. And now it's easier for you to get there. And then time. Boy, that's an interesting one. I'd love to figure that out. We've been doing some work on that. That's right up the data analyst alley. Funny little story was when I first started, within months, I figure out the Tic Tac encounter is real, and then I start talking to some people. And they wouldn't tell me anything about the UFO phenomenon. They just said, dude, there's something there. I was like, are you effing kidding me? UFOs? I mean, it blew my mind. I went into the ontological shock of my life years ago and completely did a 180 in my life. And it changed me drastically. And I think that that's an interesting feature of this phenomenon. We've been recently writing about pattern maintenance and pattern disruption, because I think that's why it gets involved in religion. Religion can be used as both a pattern maintenance and a pattern disruption tool. And even this UAP phenomenon, it echoes religion at times. And I have to be very careful that I don't allow it to be me, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's what Diana Pasulka's all about, that this ufology thing spins off into basically religions. And it is interesting because if I think back to the elite having this kind of knowledge and how that would work, it would be something like, let's say Skull and Bones has it, and there's a kid who's a sophomore. They give him the letter. He gets to come to the ritual. They say, look, man, we got this thing where we have been communicating with these beings for generations and generations, and we're going to bring you in because your family was so-and-so, and we think you're a bright guy. All it takes is for us to sacrifice a few of the lonely masses that nobody cares much about. Maybe we kidnap some people at a party, we bring them here, we sacrifice them, and these entities come back and they keep us plugged into the Akashic record, the ultimate supreme knowledge that we've been trying to maintain and stay connected to for such a long time. And then I think that could be the mechanism of preservation, because as you say, so many people experience this as a download of information. Well, imagine a more sustained communal download of all cosmic information and what you could do with that, and how each person could just say, well, my career, I guess I'm going to pick something out of this cloud and maintain that post. And that could be something. But then what I was going to say is the timing aspect. So if you start to study the occult, it's all about timing. It's nauseating how much of it is about timing, about moon cycles and moon phases and astrological alignments and things that just my eyes glaze over. I'm like, well, I guess I'm not doing the ritual at the crossroads because I don't even have the time in the day to sort out our modern timing with this cosmic timing. So you would remove all that kind of knowledge, all the mechanisms of knowledge from society, the psychedelics, the ritual timing, put us on this linear Gregorian calendar where we don't know what's up and down, create religions or perpetuate them to be like, oh, it's God and the angels, you know, maybe you should pray more, like totally. Create the Vatican as a big power center. And all the while, it's really this connection. And sure, some of these beings probably reach out because you can't control all humans. You probably can't control or influence all these beings. So they reach out to random people and give them the downloads and stuff. And that happens. And that's where we see the cracks and the secrecy, because regular people out in the woods are like, hey, this thing happened to me. But our system, the controllers of society, they've kept us away from knowing about this kind of timing. They've kept us away from these kind of places where these things happen more often. And they also keep psychedelics and magic out of the culture, and in previous ages would kill people who were going down those roads. So there's the people, place, and time stripped out of our society for the masses, but not necessarily for the chosen few.
Well put. Yeah, that is one scenario that could be happening. Certainly doesn't have to be happening to that extent. Everything you said could be happening on a much more subtle level, and then it still influences us. I think one of the things about Peter Levenda's work that I find very interesting is that he talks about occult technology and he removes the supernatural sometimes. You know, he talks about the brainwashing and how those occult brainwashing techniques work and how the CIA adapted them and how L. Ron Hubbard adapted them. And that to me is very interesting because those are things we can see and prove very easily. But as far as the time, place, and person and how that's been controlled. So first of all, person, place, and time, it also impacts how people perceive the phenomenon, because if you're not that person in the right place in the right time, you don't believe it ever happened. So that makes it easier for the phenomenon to hide, certainly, by having those restrictions. And then it also, as you point out, becomes a means to contact it. That is definitely what people try to do, like with CE5 too. They're going out in the desert, and they're going into certain locations, and they're engaging in exactly what we're talking about. They're like binaural beats, there's meditation, they're trying to get their brain into that state. So they're trying to create an antenna. And then there's going to be a signal. And I think we can find that signal. I think we can enhance it, and I think we can turn it off. And I think we can do that in the public. We can measure waves. So we know what state your brain is, and then we can measure what's coming in. And we can also tell what state your brain is in, and we could send out an EMP, or we could disrupt that signal in some other ways if people are having some of these torturous and victimized by some of these abduction experiences. And I think if the Vatican was serious, they would look at that and go, why not try it with someone who's possessed? They have, right? They have a science wing, and we're pointing to where on the brain these alien abduction experiences happen that become torturous. They think it's demonic. Let's blast it out. If all the prayers didn't work fast enough and someone's really suffering, why not? God created science too, right? Let's give it a shot.
Yeah, I definitely thought a healthy section of this would be about religions, because you said a lot of curious things. And I've always found the George Adamski stuff interesting. Him in particular, I mean, I lived out in Southern California, so I was in the proximity. Maybe that's partly why it resonated. But also Howard Hughes would fly his airplanes out there and have these meetings with George Adamski. He found value in it. He's one of these elite families. He's a busy guy. Why did he take this time? So it really felt like maybe something was going on there, and George Adamski was possibly right. But the beings apparently told him that they started all religions. And so many people are triggered into a religious life by a mystical or high strangeness experience that these beings seem to be able to create. So it makes sense to me. But you went a bit further on this and said they seem super interested in religion and appear to be the wizards behind enforcing religion. And I'm just curious, do you think this goes back to the very beginning of religions?
I do. And this is me interpreting history. The evidence that I looked at, my interpretation is that this probably happened in a co-created way. So the phenomenon starts appearing, people start coming up with supernatural or folkloric explanations, and different cultures do that according to their own culture. And then the phenomenon starts to respond because it's reflective, it's co-created. So then it gets confusing after that. But let's take an example from, I think it's 74 BC, and there's a couple Roman soldiers on a battlefield, and they see something that looks like a silver wine jar appear before the battlefield, just like today. I mean, there's UAP appearing over Ukraine. So that, to me, is exactly what we would expect to find, more than we could even hope to find in ancient history to prove that UFOs were around back then. So how else would they explain that other than their gods? And then it starts to appear as a talking bull. And they go, oh, that's Zeus. He's a talking bull. You know, and so I think religions ended up becoming co-created. But the history of Christianity is super important to our knowledge of everything. It's affected everything. And it wasn't until I went back through history and said, okay, I got to pull out some completely different things. So the history of Christianity as I see it, and I don't want to offend anyone. I respect Christianity, I respect religions. I've said on our podcast that I think religion can actually be a defense against this phenomenon. If your faith is strong, sometimes people have been countered it and called on their faith and gotten it to go away. So, you know, I'm not trying to take away anyone's faith here, but I have to be objective.
And I think I've offended all the Christians who listen enough that there's really nothing you're going to say that is going to be further than what has already been said. So, yes, we do the caveats because there's a huge Christian overlay and all this stuff. But I do think it's more about what we've lost, what knowledge we've lost, because the whole Christian operation seems like it was about wiping out other sources of knowledge and really controlling the spiritual story for humanity. And that's, to me, something like, I don't ever want to attach my name or my ideas to the group who just killed off any others. And, you know, that's taking any mainstream story at face value. That's what that is, but historically, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, religious history is religious history. We have to look at it that way. And we have to look at it academically sometimes. And it's not to offend anyone. But that is why I wanted to come on this show. I said I was never going to do another podcast. And then as soon as you asked me, I went, yes, 1,000 times, yes.
Oh, I love it.
I was like, I can come on here and just be me. So the history of Christianity, as I see it, that the important part to the phenomenon is that the Gospels were written, the earliest one, around 30 years after Christ's death. It'd be like you writing a story about me in 2055. And then the other ones are written after that. So that's what we know about the life of Jesus. And then there's a whole series of Gnostic texts that were discovered in the Nag-Hammadi library in the 40s, which say something very different. They talk about the divine in all of us, and you've had experts on that stuff. I won't dive too much into it, but I think it's super important to the phenomenon because, as we pointed out, some of those Gnostic ideas might get you into that 40 hertz state. And so I think that was happening, and that was happening more before the Council of Nicaea, because Christianity itself was more Gnostic than Catholic for the first 300 years. And then this group of priests and an emperor come along in the Council of Nicaea, and they say, okay, we're going to use this book and this theology, and we're going to throw out the rest because we need a cohesive narrative, and we need one that's going to take control. And most people, then they go about and they say, and if you question this, you're going to hell. That's the insidious thing.
And we'll send you there too.
One-way ticket. That's pretty messed up. Because if you care about what Jesus said, you'd want to know all of it. And if you care about what early Christians were doing, you'd want to know what they were doing. So I think what you and I are saying isn't anti-Christian at all. I think it's actually more true to the original ideas of Christianity than what the Council of Nicaea said.
Yeah, that's the weird irony. I never really get that deep in the conversation with the Christians who are mad at me, but that is the irony. Like John Michael Allegro wrote a book about how when he sourced it back, it was mushroom fertility cults. And I don't know what to do with the fertility aspect, but the mushroom is clearly a mechanism of having a spiritual experience. And then, of course, the Gnostic texts are all about, hey, this is a container and we can break through and we can reach an enlightened state and we can reignite our connection to the Godhead through rituals and all this kind of stuff. And a lot of their purity performances are really just what that Tyler dude in American Cosmic was about. He's like, I don't drink coffee in the morning or no caffeine. I stand barefoot on the earth. I do this. I face west. I fast. And then I have this experience. And so when you hear Gnostic groups say, well, we're very conservative with our behavior, we're conservative sexually, it's almost like a sexual fast, a food fast and a sexual fast and all these things, because they're doing it not just because Jesus said so or the church said so, it's because it facilitates an experience, a personal experience of direct communication. So they're not doing it out of just some purity vow, I don't think. And then you can also factor in like the Tibetan monks and Tibetan lamas that seem to know a lot about that, because there might be an inner earth civilization that has like an entrance there that they guard, and they participate in these same types of rituals. I mean, I'm a degenerate, so I don't think I'll ever get there in that sort of way. But I at least can see what they're doing and be like, maybe there's a logic behind it that isn't just the church says not to do this, so I don't do it.
Well, for degenerates, there's always mushrooms or the DMT vape, right?
Exactly. Many paths, many paths. Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense that they are heavily involved. Like these early spiritual practices clearly were more about direct communication. The church came in, they corporatized it. They said, all that's got to get shut down. We're going to kill off any indigenous people who have any of those practices. And they did a pretty good job. They didn't get everybody. We know about the Dogon. We know some stuff from the Native Americans that are left, but it's very fractured and very minimal what we do know.
They also put a bunch of churches over the entrances to all those tunnels in Europe.
Yeah, seems important.
Seems important.
But another thing I think is really interesting is I'll have people on who are like, well, I'm a devout Christian now because I had an experience and I invoked Jesus' name and the entities left. So therefore, the aliens are demons and Catholicism is right. And I think that there's another path here, another logical path where you could say, if these beings like religion, seeded religion, and kind of get a kick out of our weird reaction, our weird religious reaction to their interactions, they could just say, oh, they invoke Jesus' name. Well, that's one of ours. That's one of our stories. And they're like, okay, we'll leave. Like, they're not forced to leave, but they might choose to leave because you invoked something that they're like, well, that's part of our corpus of things that we've seeded into your world, and thus, like, we'll just leave you alone. It doesn't mean that because you said the name of Jesus, this being was bound to behave in a certain manner. I think that that's kind of silliness, actually. But
right. So what you just said to me is very similar to the Rosicrucian ideas.
Uh-oh.
Which is that these entities are hanging around, and maybe they do have a body of religions or ideas that they respond to.
Yeah.
To me, there's a lot of different Gnostic ideas, but I think that that's a central theme to them. They at least acknowledge the existence of these entities, and these entities are non-local consciousness, or capable of being non-local consciousness. And I think that that is usually how the intelligence transfers, is through non-local means. And then UFOs and like the Nazca mummies that seem to be manufactured are just vehicles for those non-local consciousness. And possession is just it taking a human body. Same thing. So all of those things sound demonic to someone who's into the religion. And if you want to interpret it that way, I don't have a problem with it. There's a bunch of Christian frameworks out there for interpreting it that way. But what I would say is that it points to the fact that what you're doing today is how religion got going. You're just responding to the phenomenon. It's almost proving my point, where this is how it all happened. It's still happening today.
I totally agree with that. And there's plenty of researchers who have looped in Marian apparitions to being under the umbrella of this phenomenon, which I think is right. But when people see Jesus or even depict Jesus, it's often a being of light. Some people even think the cross symbol, like if you look at the sun or if you look at bright lights, I mean, these rays up, down, left, right, that's kind of like the shape that some extremely bright light takes to the human eye. So if you saw a being of light, like if you saw one of these things manifest itself in human form, the rays might be in the shape of the cross, and thus we have the cross. Some people think it's the folded out cube, and, you know, people walk around Mecca. And so it does seem like there's a single symbolic origin for all these symbols that have been spun off into the different branches of the one true religion. And it might all come down to some experience some people had way back in the distant past. I'm curious your thoughts about the idea that this could be a superorganism versus a species of being that are all separate and all have their own individual consciousness, like parallel to humanity, because some people think it's one superorganism that manifests itself in many different ways. And some people think there's a spectrum of, like, some are good, some are bad, because they are separate. And just like people, some are good, some are bad, and can choose to behave in different ways within the bounds of their communication across the veil, I guess. But what do you think about that? Is it one big thing, or is it just like a race, almost a species?
Good question. I think that this is one of those examples of us trying to skip to the end of the story. And in order to explain it, all of it, we have to skip to the end of the story. And it's same with UFOs. It's the origin conversation. It's like, oh, if you can't tell me where UFOs come from, they don't exist. I mean, would you look at a tornado that way? So I think it's the same thing here. And I'm going to go back to that simple definitions idea, because this is where I think it becomes so important, is it presents itself as a set of intelligences. So it's presenting itself as different beings because it's interacting with us differently. It's saying different things. So it's also appearing in different locations. It seems to have different agendas at times. There have been people who have been straight up mutilated, killed. There are people who have been healed. So that does not look like an overarching control system to me. And this is where I break with Keel and Boulay, but it's a break on the interpretation of the evidence. I don't think it's an overarching control system. I abandoned Jungian ideas when I realized that there really were nuts and bolts craft. And I said, I don't think that we are capable of manifesting nuts and bolts craft with magnetic drives through our collective conscious. I don't believe that.
I mean, I just don't know. Maybe we are.
It's possible. If we were capable of doing that, why aren't we capable of manifesting something else? Why does it end up being that?
Well, if you talk to some occultists, they say we are manifesting all the time at a very subtle, low level. You know, if you want a new job, sure, you could pray for it, or you could fill out the application and go to the interview and show through actions that you want it, and then you have it. You know, a lot of people are working jobs they hate, wondering why manifestation doesn't work. And it's like, you know, you called the number, you filled out the application, you went to the interview, you said, I hope I get it, and you don't like it now, but you manifested it through your actions. And manifestation is just a slippery word, because it's like, you know, to what degree? We all make things happen that we want to happen. We don't consider it magical if it happens in one way versus another way. We want a yacht to show up in the driveway tomorrow, and that's manifestation. Yet driving ourselves to the grocery store to access food doesn't count.
Good point. So when you told me you wanted to talk about magic, I got a little scared. I was like, I don't know nothing about magic. I'm a science guy. But I think that what we're calling magic is something that's affecting probabilities.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's a far more subtle effect than Harry Potter or something like that. It's more like you want something to happen and you can make it happen. And we know people like this. So supposedly in the government, one of the ways they go about recruiting their psychic superstars is to find people who survived a battle with impossible odds. And so something had told them to hide, in a certain location, and they were the only one that survived. I think Joe McGonigal was the one who said that that's the case. They understand that that person is connected to whatever is out there that can alter our reality. Does that happen like on a daily basis for all of us? I questioned this. I went down this road. I went down the scientific road. I said, okay, can we prove the law of attraction? Because that would be the easiest one. And there's a little bit of evidence. The most interesting scientific study that I found was when this researcher was showing these people a series of images, and every now and then a violent image would pop up. And he found that the images were supposed to be totally random. But as the person who was watching the images became more and more anxious about whether or not they were going to see one of the violent images started to defy random probabilities and show up more often. Very interesting.
Yeah, you can find really good data in the SRI stuff. Dean Radin is a scientist who wrote a book called Magic is Real. And one of their studies is monks praying over, skilled monks praying over one set of plants versus another control group, and it has an effect on their growth. Well, plants are pretty objective. They don't know, or maybe they do know. But, as far as we're aware, they're pretty mundane, and they responded to the prayer. And I do think it's a probability enhancer, but it is very low. Of course, we're talking about, with this phenomenon, consciousness and a receiver, and sometimes the signal can be strengthened. I think there's things people can do if they want to go down the magic road to strengthen their signal, maybe move it from 0.1% to 1%, and then maybe manifest things. But reality is just so strange. One of my favorite thought exercises from the occult people regarding manifestation is, let's say you got a guy who's just really infatuated with this woman in his life, a neighbor down the street or some beautiful woman. It's like he's doing magic every day, trying to appeal to the gods and the spirits. I want this woman to fall in love with me. Well, let's say this woman has so baked into her being that she wants to fall in love with someone that she can take care of. There's something nurturing about her spirit. She's not going to fall in love with someone that's an equal. She wants to fall in love with someone she can really take care of. So this guy gets in a car accident and is paralyzed. And then she falls in love with him because she likes the act of wheeling a person around and taking care of them. So you got to be really careful with what you try to manifest, because apparently a rule of reality is you can't affect other people's paths, but you can put yourself in the prime position. So it's like, well, do you want to walk or do you want to be loved by this woman? Because apparently you can't have both. So it's just really tricky behavior. And I love that thought exercise because it just shows that this whole rule of you can't make someone fall in love with you, but you can take the archetype in which they would fall in love with and become that. And sometimes it's not what you want.
Right. It's very tricky. And it gets into desire and intent. And these are spiritual ideas too, right? They're very common in Buddhism. The cause of suffering is desire. And so I think that there's some wisdom in that. And the subject of magic and the phenomenon in terms of the occult, I was doing some interesting research on grimoires. And so I put a bunch of grimoires, all the most famous grimoires, into AI and started looking for patterns.
Wow.
And that was a pretty cool exercise. So one thing that it found that other people have maybe noted is that these grimoires tend to be collections of different religions. They tend to collect different pieces, right? and the theosophy, a lot of occult traditions. So it used the word syncretism, where it was a collection of these different things. And to me, it seemed very much like a liminal religion. A cult is a liminal religion. And liminal spaces involve the place, right? So we talked about the person, things that can make a person more prone to being in touch with the phenomenon. It could be their physiology. It's also their behavior in terms of, are they meditating? Are they involved in some sort of practice that would make it more common? And then there's the place. One thing I can tell you about the place is, and this is information I've been sitting on, is that the most deterministic characteristic of a UFO sighting is latitude. And I can prove it. I can offer a way for the public to prove that. You can use the new fork sightings and you can feed them into any analysis program and do the same for regressive analytics and say, okay, what happens when I remove shape? Can I still predict the same amount of sightings? Okay, what happens when I change the time? Is there association there? So the most deterministic characteristic of a UAP sighting is latitude.
I mean, it's what, usually between the 37 and the 32?
There's a higher frequency there, but it's definitely not restricted. There is certain latitudes where, and maybe that's ley lines. I'm still exploring that. But ley lines, people set them in different places. There's no specific ley line map. So I think it more follows the magnetic field. I think it's related to the magnetic field.
That would make sense. Magnets have an effect on the mind and the signal and all that kind of stuff. So there's a couple other things that I want to make sure we fit in before we run out of time here. But when it comes to the people you don't trust that you named in that last interview that you called out as shills and intelligence piss boys, I need to use the term piss boys more often. I do know that. That I learned. But Stephen Greer, John Greenwald of the Black Vault, Stephen Greenstreet, and even Bob Lazar got called out. You think all these guys are deceivers to some degree, whether connected to a larger operation or just grifters, right?
So I think most of them are grifters, but it's good that we're having this conversation at the end here because we can talk about the subtle influences that could be happening. I can't say for sure, but I can say that based on people's behavior and what they're saying, that looks manipulative. And it looks manipulative in a way that isn't just self-serving. Because con men tend to be self-serving. So, yeah, I think Bob Lazar is a con man. He did work at Los Alamos, but I think his evidence is very light in terms of what else, any other supporting evidence. I can go into great detail. I just won't, because it's not even worth the time. I think people like Lazar, people like Stephen Greer, David Wilcox is one of them. I could list a long list of names here. There's even some that are scientists and professors, like Courtney Brown is one, the remote viewing guy who's going around. And he's talking about, oh, the ETs say this, the ETs say this. We're in touch with the good ETs and the bad ETs. That to me sounds like disinformation coming from the phenomenon. He may just be a con man or delusional, but that to me is a great example of someone I think is spreading disinformation or misinformation that may be coming from the phenomenon. Through that mechanism, like, I'm a remote viewer, I have special knowledge. And the problem with that, and I think 14 Winds is sort of founded with this idea in mind. There was a famous sociologist named Thomas Sowell who said, if you want people to like you, tell them what they want to hear. If you want to help people, tell them the truth.
Yeah. I struggle with that for sure.
In this field especially, right? Because the clicks are coming from scary stories. The clicks are coming from telling people what they want to hear. If you're saying something that maybe is affirmative to the Christian framework, you're going to get a bigger audience. That's just the bottom line. But if I go around saying, look, I think you should look at Christian history, I'm not saying Christian history is wrong, my audience gets cut by 90%.
Yeah. Every new big psyop that gets rolled out into society, if I take a critical look at it, I know there's a percentage, even though they've been on the ride this long, they're going to be like, enough with you, and get off the ride. And it happens every time, but you know, we just got to deal with that and let that be a thing.
And just tell the truth. Let the truth be your guide. When it gets into like intention and this phenomenon, I can say that it felt like, you know, I had mentioned some personal experiences, but at 14 Winds, we were always very clear about our intention. After the first year, we said, people have a right to know this. This is really not something that should be hidden. And so those subtle energies, it was always positive. And that was one reason at the end where I had to say, I don't know if I should be doing this, because I'm talking about the threat that this represents all the time. And it's been nothing but good to me. What you're talking about, the change in lifestyle, all of that happened, and it wasn't intentional. Like, I stopped drinking, I started eating better. You know, there was different things going on in my life where people were like, something really changed in you, and it did. And it wasn't until later, when I was learning about the connections between the occult and UAP, when I looked at all of this and I said, you took me on a hermetic journey. You destroyed my ego, completely changed how I lived my life, and you completely changed my ontological view, where I'm much more humble, I'm much more accepting, and that allows me to learn more.
I think that's so interesting. And I think that's where the intention comes in like keeping this stuff under wraps, because you look at the main vein of our society and it's junk food, alcohol. Definitely no word about fasting I ever heard in my life until I started to research it. And then here's this, go to church on Sunday, these religions are the real deal. I think I fold that right in with the junk food and the endless entertainment options that are just spinning our wheels.
Everyone's looking for the easy answers, the easy wins, right? And when people look into remote viewing, they go, oh, well, can it help me predict the lottery? It doesn't seem to be able to do that. They can do a lot of other things. Astral projection, too. They can't read numbers in these studies.
So when it comes to your own personal experiences, you did mention that you were standing right on top of one of these entities at the Bradfield Ranch. What's that about?
It was the Bradshaw Ranch in Arizona.
Bradshaw Ranch.
Bradshaw Ranch is a ranch that had very similar activity to Skinwalker Ranch. And it was around the same time. It was during the paranormal ranch flap of the 90s. And that ranch had consistent UAP activity. People had seen cryptids there. And I knew I wasn't going to be able to get on Skinwalker Ranch. So I went up to Arizona to Bradshaw Ranch and brought some instruments out there to do some studies. And while we were out there, we swept a dry riverbed with a metal detector to make sure that there was no electronic interference. And then we took a bunch of control readings to get the background radiation of the area. And then we started going around and doing some scanning. And during that process, my gamma meter shot up like nothing I'd ever seen. I'd never been that close to that much gamma radiation. And it was the exact same thing that happened to Travis Taylor on Skinwalker Ranch when he got irradiated. And I was like, oh gosh, I'm getting irradiated. And it stopped and it moved. And then I walked over and I started to measure it again, and it moved away again. And I started to like follow it. And then I got freaked out and I said, I don't know what this is and I don't know where it's going. And we got enough information. We got 60 milligauss on the tri-field meter and we got it on video, and let's get out here. And there was no hitchhiker effects. You know, I was there with a bunch of people I cared about, and none of us experienced that. So that was one of those moments where I realized it didn't target me. I'm not on the list, but it could be the entity that I encountered. Maybe it wasn't a negative entity. I don't know.
Yeah, you never do. And you mentioned download experiences. That I'm always curious about, because that's knowledge attained in a very cosmic, strange, esoteric way. I mean, it seems like you have had at least a download experience, right? I mean, what would you say was downloaded? What do you think is some knowledge from that experience that you have been able to unpack that really couldn't have been arrived at from just any other method?
Well, I still try to be very evidence-based about all of this, even my own subjective experiences. So the reason that I consider one of these a download for sure was that I was working on a communication experiment, and I thought, okay, this was early on, and my first year of ufology was nuts. I find out they're real, and then I start a blog. I end up being censored by the government and on my way to becoming a citizen scientist and having my first paper published within the first year. Year 2 ends up being a download experience. It all happened so fast and my head was spinning from all of it. But in the midst of all this, I think that's important because I'm totally wrapped up in it. I'm totally obsessed at this point. And my head's all in it. And it's 2 or 3 in the morning. And I'm trying to, this is in the earlier days of AI. And I said, okay, I've got a plan to send a signal out to this, whatever this phenomenon is. I don't know how I'm going to interpret the signal if I get it back. I need something smarter than me, and I need AI. And this was before ChatGPT was released publicly, any of that. So I built one, and it was about 10 steps beyond where I was technologically at the time. And I built it in hours. And I wrote TensorFlow, which is a language that they use in AI, and I'd never even seen TensorFlow. And that does happen with coders. Like sometimes you get in there and you're like, oh, some things look alike, you know, so you just start making it work. But this was a totally different language.
That is fascinating.
It was a adrenaline provoking moment. It felt like a huge rush. All I could think of when it was over was do it again. That was amazing. Do it again.
Man, it reminds me of so many stories, though. And it's a very provocative thing to talk about AI and this phenomenon. And is it just basically a telephone for the intelligence to talk to us through? But if you go back to the Ark of the Covenant, the whole story is that we were talking to God, and God said, hey, if you want more sustained contact, build this thing. And then we can talk more often. It's always about the signal and increasing the signal and how to do so. Tesla, all these inventors, Jack Parsons, all these people are doing occulty type of stuff, and they're getting downloads, and then they're building technologies based on the downloads. I mean, the history of the muse and the artist is very common. A lot of people feel like it's automatic writing as they get into the zone and write the whole Lord of the Rings trilogy or whatever. It's just a very curious thing, but yeah, it seems like you are one of these people who have now experienced grabbing hold of your consciousness and saying, okay, let me ride this through with you, and I'll do the heavy lifting here, but just, I need your hands and I need your physicality.
That's how it felt. It wasn't a possession, right? It was, let me help. We got this. And it was more than that because it was a reinforcement, and it was showing me who I am. And I don't know how to explain that, or reminding me or giving me permission to be who I am. And that was powerful. It really made me feel certain, you know, at a time when I was going through this and completely alone and overwhelmed by all of it. And I needed that. So that moment wasn't subtle.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's so many stories about this. I would like to learn how to tap into that for my own purposes, how to make my own show better, or my own whatever I'm doing, the career path. You know, you would think that there'd be a mechanism there. So many other people have experienced it, but it always seems so random and not necessarily directed. But so many people will say, no, that was a great positive experience, and it moved me 10 steps ahead, kind of like you said, further than I could get myself. And, you know, I invite such a thing, perhaps. I don't know. Maybe it's unwise to do so, but
I don't know. But I talk about how we should not believe what people say, believe what they do. And I think maybe with this phenomenon, maybe I should give it that amount of trust.
I think so. And yet there's still people in the movement who, no matter what, they'll be like, well, you were being deceived by a demonic entity. And it's like, well, it didn't feel that way, dude. And what do you know about it? You weren't fucking there.
Right.
I hate when that kind of stuff pops up. But in the last couple minutes, I did want to talk about a few cases. I've never really had someone here talking about the situation in Peru with the face peelers, but it is a case that clearly got a lot of attention. I'm not so sure about that Indiana Jones dude who did the big long thing about it and his investigation. I don't know, a lot of pomp and circumstance. But, you know, what do you think about this? It seems like the locals got some decent footage. There are these people or these beings that are on these kind of levitating platforms. It seems like technology was involved, but they call them the face peelers because they sometimes dig people out of the river or, you know, the foliage, and they have their face peeled back like a cattle mutilation.
Yeah, I think everything going on in Peru over this last couple of years is super important. So there's a history of this down there, and they call the beings the pelecaras, which is the face peelers. And their shamans, many of them think that they live underground, and their legends are very similar to the Hopi Ant people legends. But I find that really important. And that gets right back into underground. And then there's all these tunnels under Peru. And we just found recently that there are tunnels that connect Iquitos, where these attacks were happening, to Colares, Brazil, where the attacks happened decades ago, and then to Nazca, where these beings were found and all these megalithic structures and human sacrifice was found. So there's tunnels that connect those. That seems extremely related to me. That's one thing. And then the frequency and the pattern in these events, I think, is very similar to what happened in the Nimitz encounter. So in the Nimitz encounter, you show up with your best fighter planes, and it shows up with something that can beat your best fighter planes. So it was up with a flying iPhone that can do everything that your planes can do 10 times better. So in this case, it showed up as alien special ops guys at a time when the US had sent a special ops force down there. So that seems like, again, more than coincidence. It's responding, and it especially seems responsive to our military presence and to, you know, our battles, our military technology. It's obviously very interested in nuclear technology. And I think that's because all of that nuclear technology and radiation, it's an erratic sort of energy. And the area where they are in Peru, and where a lot of that's happening, is an area where the inner Van Allen belt is weaker and the magnetic field is weaker. So there's more cosmic rays basically reaching that area. It's an area that's filled with unusual energy because of that. So that could be having an effect. It seems like tunnels, you got magnetic, is right place for sure. So then you just need person in time.
Yeah, we are in a soup of influences that people just don't think about because they don't see them. And like when they all align, you get this jackpot kind of experience. And face peelers, of course, that sounds pretty damn negative. But of course, it's not like they're chest peelers. It seems like, again, they're trying to get at something in the brain. And there's a couple of ways that that could not be necessarily evil. So you could say, well, these beings might have ultimate knowledge that they know that the human body is just a vessel for consciousness. And so they might know about the reincarnation cycle, and they might not see it as all that big of a deal to peel a face back. I don't know. I'm just trying to say that this is a possibility. And they might have also a view of like, well, you're going to have to crack a few eggs to make this omelet where we actually get to participate with humanity as a whole. And you look at what our scientists do to animals. I'm sure there's some things that look like face peeling that we do in the labs to animals to try to better understand the creature overall.
Yeah, animals think we're the worst thing that ever happened to the universe. So that's a good point. I mean, if they look at us as lower beings, then yeah, I guess it's gloves off. But even we are judged by how we treat animals. So I don't think we're in the wrong for saying, hey, you should be nice to us cows.
Right.
But to your point, like this looked like a ritual of some sort. The peeling of the face doesn't seem like it has a physical need. There's no solution. unless you, I guess, wanted to wear a Halloween costume that was very authentic, the peeling of the face seems more ritualistic.
It's true. And, we could be dealing with a cult who does this for their own purposes, and then people just assume it's something metaphysical doing it. I mean, unless you see an entity peeling a face back, just because you find a faceless body in the woods doesn't mean that there's not some dark shamanism going on there and that they're the ones doing it. Can't rule anything out.
On that Peru case, one interesting point is that the Vegas case happened around the same time. The being in that case looked very similar to the beings in Peru. And Keel used to say that we called it a reflective principle, where if the phenomenon is occurring in one place, then it's occurring in another place in the same way.
Yeah. I don't remember a being in the Vegas case. Are you talking about the footage that came out where people were looking in the sky and they saw like the crazy lights, people like running out of the strip club and they're like, look up in the sky?
There was other footage. There was a picture in the beginning. I learned my lesson by now, but you always download and store it when it comes to UFO information. But there was some pictures and video, and I think there's still, you might catch a video where you can see that the size of the being and the description, and it just matches the Peru case. It's a tall gray, tall, skinny gray, and 7 feet tall. That's what the kid described. That's what they were describing down in Peru. And they had some pretty good video. And they also had a person who'd been injured, girl who'd been injured. And I know you're referring to, I think Tim Alberino and Doug Thornton went down there and did a video on it. They did examine her. She had some puncture wounds on her neck. So, yeah, I think it happened. I think Peru was being attacked, and I don't think it was a positive thing. I think there are definitely Colares. There are people who said Colares, Brazil, was an attack that happened decades ago.
Right. Is that the school?
It was a town. It was a village, Colares, in Brazil.
I know there was I think it was Brazil or Peru, where there was this landing that happened near a school or an orphanage, and kids to this day who are now in their 20s or 30s are still drawing images. They're like, no, we all saw this thing. It landed right here.
There's the aerial school that was in Africa.
That might be what I'm thinking of.
I think that was probably it. And that's a super important case. So James Fox did a pretty good job talking about that in his phenomenon. In that case, John Mack went down there. He was one of the Harvard psychiatrists. He interviewed the kids. And one of the things about that case that some people have pointed to try to debunk it is that the kids were reporting something different. And it was exactly like every other UFO case where, yeah, they saw something different.
Right. And so also in that episode, you said, man, there are some fascinating inner Earth cases, and kind of just moved on to the next thing. And that's something I'm always going to latch onto. But then you wrote back to me, you mentioned the metal library of Father Crespi. That has been talked about. You mentioned Edidorfa, and I agree. That is a weird book, weird inner Earth book that just seems like they made a narrative structure just to jam pack a bunch of information into it, because there's these long expositions about things in the inner Earth and flora and fauna, and it is strange. It also has like a Freemason adjacent thing going on.
Then the impact those somewhat fiction, somewhat real books had, like Edidorfa and Agartha in the Vril Society, and
parafiction, some people call it.
But I like that. So yeah, the impact that parafiction had on our world, because World War II, you could say, had some inspiration from Vril and those ideas. It's pretty powerful, even if it's not only metaphorically true. But at the same time, there was cases like Zarachina in Bulgaria in the 90s.
Yes, that's the big one I was going to bring up to you, because I wasn't familiar with this. The Zarachina hole, apparently the military stormed a village in the 90s. Tell us this one. This is what we'll go out on.
Oh, man, this is a great case. Good one to go out on, because it includes all of the weirdness and high strangeness of the UAP phenomenon, and it probably helps explain why I can't just tell you what it is. So it begins in the 90s. The Bulgarian government is approached by a psychic who says, I've located a treasure underground, and Bulgaria at this time is not doing well financially. So they say, okay, this will give us some momentum. So they start digging this hole, and they bring in these other psychics. And as they're digging the hole, the psychics are telling them that they're pursuing something different. And the psychics are guiding the dig. And they dig over 500 feet down, and they end up digging in a spiral pattern. And that spiral pattern shows up a lot around phenomenon-related stuff. It's the same spiral pattern, like if you were watching the last season of True Detective, they identified the spiral pattern as being something associated with paranormal. You find it in a lot of Native American cave art and rock art. You'll find the same spiral symbol. So they start digging in that pattern, like a Kozarev mirror too. And as they do it, these psychics are telling them, first they're saying, oh, we're going to dig up the first human. And then they start saying other things. Oh, you're not ready for this. It's something else. It's sacred knowledge. And one of the psychics goes crazy and kills herself. And then the crew starts to encounter a bunch of high strangeness. And then these beings at one point tell everybody to clear the site because they're going to come there and that they will be hurt if they're there while the beings come there. The people in the town say that they saw UAP come there during this time. And so UAP did apparently visit the site when they were digging and then put all the animals into some sort of a trance state. And then they told the people, look, if you were up here during that time, that would have happened to you. That's why we told you to go away. So they keep digging. And then the people who were involved in the dig say, we found a chamber. And there's some discussion about what that is, but it's an ancient chamber. Some of them say that they encountered a force field that was repelling them down there, and ancient technology. And then within days, it may have even been the next day, the Bulgarian government comes in, shuts down the entire operation, and doesn't just seal the hole. They fill the entire hole up with concrete. And they put a rock over it, and that's all that's there today.
Damn. Huh. I love it. That one was new to me, but it does check a few boxes with other stories.
It's got inner Earth, it's got UAP, it's got these things showing up, it's got them putting people into a different mental state, it's got psychics, which end up getting involved in this channeling, things like that end up getting involved because we're talking about non-local consciousness.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man, what a great story. So, this has been awesome. I guess I got to let you go eventually, but it was great to just dive right into the deep waters because this isn't our first rodeo. And in terms of what you got going on, Fortean Winds, it's still archived. The website is full of great articles if people want to go back after listening to this and be like, well, let's follow the guy's journey through all this and all of his ideas and conclusions about it. Is there anything upcoming worth promoting while we're still in front of people who are interested in follow-up?
Well, being focused on my good intentions and all that, I make everything public unless I think it's potentially dangerous. So that's where you'll find it. You'll find it on Fortean Winds at this time. And I'm going to publish some stuff that I've been sitting on. Like I mentioned, how I did that regression analysis and found that latitude is the most determinant characteristic. I think that that's a super important find because it also points heavily towards magnetism. And you could take that one insight and take it much further. And that's what I hope people do with my work is, a lot of it on there is hypothesis formulation and finding resources to support those hypotheses. But I don't have the money or the time to take the subjects to take this thing that much further, but I hope people do. So I'm going to publish more information on Fortean Winds. I'll publish some stuff about that regression analysis and a bunch of other information that I was able to pull from AI, like whether or not certain ethnicities see UFOs more.
Yeah, I love it. Well, I look forward to that. This was a real pleasure. Thanks for taking the time. Take care out there. May the Fortean Winds always be at your back.
Thank you, Greg. Awesome show. I appreciate you doing it, man.
And boom goes the dynamite, people. Rom X breaking it down. Years of research.
Years of
End of
research.
the line conclusion.
conclusions, and an interview coming out of a very random string of events. Guided, you could almost say. Because something compelled me to play Fortean Winds that day happened.
It is very much this synchronicity. Especially like this latter half of that interview. I have a lot. I got Jolly Ranchers in my mouth. I got a lot in common with that guy as far as how I see things, experiences. So once again, he's moving on. Fortean Winds. Scientific research, the unexplained and paranormal and anomalous. Thanks to Higher Side Chat for that. Greg Carlson. Carlson. You have to get a subscription if you want to hear the whole interview. Let's see. Some of the stuff there. Strange side, ancient mysteries. Moore's Law, the number of transistors on microchips doubles every 2 years. Anyways, probably really annoying, isn't it? Really annoying. Extremely annoying. Let's play some music. Watching are some of these entities, these interdimensional, ultra-dimensional beings, spirits that I have filmed in the trees in February of 2023. The shadowy beings that just manifest, their heads manifest, not just the eyes. It's not just pareidolia. There's something there in the trees. Spirits. Some that look like humans. Others that don't look so human. Like some that look like maybe Bigfoot. Some people call them demons. Some people call them this, that, the other. Whatever they are real. You can find out for yourself. You just need to start focusing on the trees. The trees are the answer. That's a badass band. Hey, if anybody's so interested in Klein, of course, never required. And it might sound like I'm grifting here, but I could use some help financially. It does cost me money to do this shit. So go to Cash App or PayPal. Just look up ORD3, ORD3. Please donate. Whatever you can. Heck, if it's $1, $5, $10, whatever you can afford. It helps pay for the internet. So I can use that money on my son. Anyways. Everyone goes. And once again, that's an entity that I filmed back in 2009. So that would be summer 2019. Anyways, that was pretty interesting. That was cool. It's a shame that he's moving on. But I understand. You know, you get to a certain point doing this stuff, and it's like there's a blockage. There's like, you know, you come to a point, you're just like, nobody knows what's going on. Wicked mushrooms. You know what? I wish I had some wicked mushrooms, Graham. Graham, you know, I really would love to. Hell, if you want to donate some mushrooms. Before I get in trouble for saying that, but what the hell? Hell, people get high on smoke pot all day. You know, there's just like some dude on the internet, a friend of mine, Eric, he's some like Chinese dude in California. That's what he does. Just he's high. Makes thousands of dollars just getting high on the internet. Like they said, you know, what did they say earlier to this? What the truth and the lie, and that most people would rather be lied to than told the truth. So it's a shame, but that's the way it goes. It's a brutal reality of things. So what are these things? What are these interdimensional, ultradimensional beings? These things that I film and other people film. Everyone just blatantly says it's Bigfoot. I think that a lot of that's just plain old parroting. Plus, the real grifters, that's what they'll say. They'll say everything they film is a Bigfoot or is Dogman and all that. And then serious researchers, I consider myself to be one of those. You know, we just seem to offend people. So, yeah, pretty good at offending people. Once again, donate. That would help out. I don't expect Cram to because he already did. In fact, you wouldn't have to. Cram's donated so much that he doesn't have to worry about donating to me for the rest of the year. That's for sure. But yeah, you guys can PayPal or Cash App ORD3. Just look that up. I forgot. You know, I rarely ask for anything about money or anything like that, but I decided maybe I, as a father, should start doing that. It's not that the motivation to do these things. Do the research. Far from it. So, you know, this Bigfoot that I filmed, I believe to be a Bigfoot. I filmed last year. If you look close, you can see the eyes, the nose, the mouth, and the teeth. And yeah, I mean, and of course, it's blurry because we're talking about interdimensional beings. Whatever that is. Something to do with plasma? Something to do with electric magnetism? Is that the reason why I was able to have these kind of encounters and sightings and filming and stuff? Possible. You know, in Ohio, we're kind of this. It's a weird state, surrounded by water, at least 3/4 of it, plus the canals and all that kind of stuff. Someday, Jack Riggs said he wanted to do a show about that. His theory about the fact that it's like, along with the Indian burial mounds all around us, is the this water. So it's kind of maybe the water itself helps help generate that. Who knows? Who knows? I know one thing. People, it's like one of those things that a lot of people aren't happy with the story, the true story about. I mean, the Ojibwe and other indigenous tribes in North America all said that these things had an association with the trees, came out of the trees, that they were spirits, that they actually weren't physical. But you know that goes against everything that we're taught in our physical science background, right? You know, the disciplines that are out there, and most of us aren't even disciplined in that. I mean, I went to school for, you know, environmental science and management and ecology, but most of the stuff I actually ever learned worth a damn were on my own. So whether it was doing the field research when it comes to Bigfoot and forest spirits, or say designing nature trails or bogs and the fauna that's associated with it, or wildflower meadows. I learned most of it just hands-on experience and having the opportunity to do it. I know. Bit of a weirdo, I guess. It does. The truth does kind of make you a weirdo. And you see things that other people don't want to see. It's not much. It's not the funnest of things. Yeah, I think it's probably a good place to. I don't know. Stop. So we have all sorts of spirits, things that look like spirits, things that got heads, faces. It's not just pareidolia. And the truth is very offensive. It's not very appealing. Never is very appealing. Ah. Oh, I screwed that one up. Shadeen. I hate when I do that. You know, a good place to check out is Solaria Report if you want to know what the heck's going on, especially with money in the markets and what's going on. What's real motives behind a lot of the BS that we're experiencing in our lives? Mrs. Fritz, she'll tell you some stuff. Fitz, not Fritz, Fitz. I think just more of the reading here of the gatekeeper stuff and controlled opposition. I think it's the mechanics of controlled opposition is this paper. I think we've left, it was like gatekeepers and absurdist agents as public figures. And then Adolf Hitler says this: the press succeeded in the magical art of producing names from nowhere within the course of a few weeks. The last recording I did that most of you didn't hear, unless you'll find it on Facebook still. But it says here they made it appear that the great hopes of the masses were bound up with those names. Now think about that. We talk about the cult of personalities, in particular, what the presidential elections have turned out to be. The absurdity that one individual can fix a system as complex as, say, the United States and its dynamics, whether it's politics, the financial circumstances, the Federal Reserve, the people with the little hats, and how they control everything. So, anyways, go back to this. So they made those names more popular than any man of real ability could ever hope to be in a long lifetime. All this is done despite the fact that such names were utterly unknown and indeed had never been heard of even up to the months before the press publicly emblazoned them. And that sure does happen an awful lot. I'll tell you what, it happens not only in mainstream media, but in alternative media and on the internet. There's an awful lot of people that are propped up artificially, in which they have millions of followers. And by the way, those numbers are artificial too. But most people don't realize that, and so they end up like herd animal. They just follow these people. And it's brought up earlier in the show about the scary stories, and that's something that I observed real fast and bothered me when it comes to, say, Bigfoot research or the poltergeists or four spirits, blah blah blah, whatever it may be. Cryptids is this whole cult of personality. Everyone parroting each other and scary stories, because the scary stories sell, not the truth. And the truth is so obtuse, and the ambiguity of the whole thing is so bewildering that most people don't like to hear it. They don't want to know about it. And if it is true that as above, so below, as the cultists say, how about as around, so it says within? And this whole thing about, all these entities, these spirits, these interdimensional beings all around us, and maybe inside us, and that they're deliberately, for the most part, evasive. They keep their distance. What the reasons are, we can only assume. 16 here says, using the powers of the mainstream media, chatbots and sock puppet accounts, the state astroturfs, agents of influence into popularity. The puissant entities, if I've pronounced that right, it's PUISSANT, entities employ these agents to maintain control over the proletariat, that'd be you and I, capturing their thoughts and forcing them in line with the desired agenda. Their preservation of the state. One form of this dominance is manifest in the gatekeeper, like Alex Jones, for one. He's a fine example of that. But there's a whole bunch of other ones. What's that one annoying Jewish guy that's talks like that all the time? What the hell's his name again? Candace Owens just left his cruddy, propped up, Mossad-controlled show. Anyways. And purveyors of the latest nonsense. We talked about that avalanche. Avalanche. What do they call that again? Is it here? Patriot Act. So we had the astroturfing, selective exposures, and then there's the narrative avalanche. So once again, we talked about last time about how these narratives are like this push. It's like an avalanche of information that overwhelms us, and we naturally assume that we're being told the truth. But once you really study how mind control works and how propaganda works, that most of the things that we believe are bullshit. This is the brutal reality of things. And so it's hard to accept the fact that most of the people are out there on the internet or mainstream media are feeding us a controlled narrative. It can be as something as obscure as Bigfoot research, or what a Bigfoot is, Sasquatch, Dogman, cryptids, ghosts. This is the reason why you need to do some of your own research if you want to know the truth about anything, right? You can't just put all your trust in another person to do all the work. Now, I understand people are busy and they have their lives and all that. So if you're going to put some trust in somebody, hopefully you find someone that's not going to waste your time and just lie to you or make up stories or push the latest story. And when it comes to Bigfoot, Bigfoot research and cryptids and all that, the scary story sells, but that's usually not the case. Although I've had some frightening encounters and weird experiences, the experiences and the frightening and the dread that I felt, no, I didn't hear too many people to describe what I felt or experienced. And the people that I talk to who are real experiencers, whether it's aliens or supposed in quotes, it's usually something completely different. And it's fascinating too that they brought up once again the underworld. And I do, from my research, the underworld does have a correlation and connection with the middle world, which you and I live upon, and the upper world, the atmosphere, the underworld. And the tree is a fine example, and it actually has its strong connections with the high strangenesses out there. For the trees are the neurons of this place. But you need to go find out for yourself if you want to know. Or you can blindly believe me, in which case you're probably going to make yourself look a little strange and out of place, right? Because you're going to be telling people something that you really don't know. That sounds pretty damn far-fetched. Sometimes maybe even more far-fetched than the creator himself, or God. Gatekeeping involves the vilification of critical information. The vilification. Consider the problem with three interconnected issues. Gatekeepers will critique the first two issues, earning credibility amongst his assemblage or followers. Fans. Yet, when the time comes to confront the disruptive third issue, the gatekeeper downplays its significance, dismisses it as irrational, paranoid, the dupes of the audience. This dupes the audience into believing that delving further into the third facet is unreasonable and even heretical. Now, this is a perfect example of what goes on in the Bigfoot community. Encrypted community. So they have the two narratives, the woo and flesh and blood, right? But there's a more significant and deeper issue, but you can't go there because this can become too woo and is too much like superstition. But the problem is, when it comes to these things and you research it, you realize the flesh and blood camp, they're full of shit. And the woo people go way too far with their cultish like attitude, and they want to make it all like some new religion almost. When reality is, if you go further, we're dealing with things that are bizarre, Keelian like, Fortean like, something that's interdimensional, ultra-dimensional, whatever that means. What that means is they're beyond our understanding, first of all, that somehow pop in and out of our reality, but don't stick around long enough. It's interesting to talk also about the possible like radiation that happens and how he got the high readings as he was standing on top of what he believed was a being or a creature. Standing on top. Once again, association with the underworld and the generation of gamma rays and radiation. And that's happened to me. Hasn't been that way since 2017, but I remember piss and blood. Yep, you can't forget piss and blood. Oh, well. It's not what I want to hear. I just want the easy answer, and I just want to be entertained. It's 18. The influence of gatekeepers extends beyond the information control. They are trained thespians, actors who maintain an aura of reason, honesty, and open-mindedness by cultivating credibility and then endorsing the core values of the current regime. They discourage any thoughts of rebellion and radical change. Their measured approach lulls the public into some nebulism, like a type of sleep, right, or trance, some nebulism, preventing the living dead from digging into deeper layers of gnosis that threaten the existing power structure. That's right, the oligarchs, the plutocracy, the controllers, people who rule our lives, consider us the living dead. I thought it was just a movie. 19, the gatekeepers, if used alone, will actualize the Streisand effect, of Barbara Streisand. It is therefore necessary to conjure forth their antithesis, the absurdist agent. That's right. We hear all about different types of agents, haven't we? And how many of you have heard of the absurdist agent? Regular disinformation tactics render reality unknowable by blending elements of truth and falsehood to contaminate the oasis of information. But the absurdist is a specialized disinformation agent who provocative persona attaches itself to any authentic truths he advocates, rather than relying on logos. The absurdist employs pathos, parroting his enemy's ideology. This serves a dual purpose. It casts an unrelenting shadow of doubt over both the agent's assertions and his respective audience. Can you think of some absurdists Agents. Alex Jones might be one. 20. The absurdist aims at mold of public perception of himself into the court jester, a living caricature, where there is an issue replete with three intersecting points of interest. The absurdist asserts that the unrelated fourth factor is relevant. He promotes factual information for extended periods, only to abruptly pivot and retract his statements. He makes wild assertions without any evidence, and he also champions data that are obviously false. He subjects himself to this series of humiliation rituals that castrate his character. Once the absurdist has established himself as cognitive dissonant incarnate, so he establishes himself as a cognitive dissonant incarnate, his persona discredits everything he touches, and anything he utters can be summarily dismissed as the ramblings of a madman. Sometimes I wonder if I'm doing that to myself, although I'm not a paid agent. And the things that I've learned certainly would make the average person view me as a little mad. But the truth is, I do offer up the suggestions on how you can have similar experiences and do your own research to find out if there's any truth to what I have to say. But I notice very few people take it up. I guess it's because it contradicts so much the official narrative, the avalanche of information, that to actually bother getting a decent camera and start filming the trees makes people like, and I mean up into the trees, I'm not talking on the ground, up into the trees, that, God knows if no one else is doing it, maybe the guy's wrong. Well, at least that's the perception that no one else is doing it. But if I figure this shit out, you can figure it out too. That's for certain. But then, the time it takes to film and then go over the film yourself, the time it takes to get yourself in that 40 hertz, as they talk about, get yourself in that right state of mind and frequency in order to have the experiences, most people don't want to do, because no one wants to be the freak, even though everyone's a freak already. So no one wants to go through this freakish, rituals that the shaman does. Or a religious fanatic would do. But you have to get one in that state, and you have to use the technology we have now to have these encounters. And then, because the way it works, the odds you're never going to be able to prove it to the masses your experiences. Although, people talk about having, filming the readings and their electronic gadgetry, and going out there and filming the film. It's entertaining, but you'll never experience what the experiencer has experienced. That's redundant, because that's how this Fortean place is designed, and nobody wants to hear that, because what the implications are that we live in a creation, a matrix, a simulation that's designed to fuck with us. And no one wants to hear that. What they want is definitive, definite answers that you can prove to everyone else. And we're conditioned and trained to to think that way and logically think that way. I mean, that's how science works, right? The scientific method. Something that's replicable, something that can be repeated over and over again, right? And demonstrated. But the only way you're going to have the knowledge that I have is if you do the work yourself. And then you're going to go through all the dynamics involved with that and the fuckery that goes through. So you know what? You're going to like, I know this stuff, but how do I share it with people? I know we're not going crazy, but if I tell people the truth, they're going to think I'm crazy. But remember, we're dealing with the living dead. The elite see you and I as the living dead. The living dead are those who don't realize the place that they're really in. This we call the world. Not only the physical, but that which is around us. And it's one hell of a story and it's one hell of a show. That will disturb the living daylights out of you and make you seem like a mad man or woman and keep you from sharing the truth with most people. But if you are a truther and you are in the pursuit of the truth, you must go past that overland window, the matrix, the facade that's been created for us with all these mental constructs, and you must challenge yourself. And if you don't want the truth, then don't do that. You want to be base or debased. That's the choice. 21. The mainstream media manipulates interviews so that ordinary individuals appear unhinged and effortless task when reporting on absurdist agents. Like I said, I wonder if I know I'm not been chosen by any official agencies that are made of men, but sometimes I wonder if I am an absurdist agent telling the truth about this stuff because it's. But the problem with absurdist agents, the ones that are actually agents that are paid, they have the numbers and the backing and the finances, and they're pushed to the front. So I can't be one of them. Instead of presenting a balanced and comprehensive view of his ideas, the media focus solely on his most bizarre and senseless aspects. This selective portrayal curtails any valid or thought-provoking insights he might have expressed, further solidifying the perception that he is a purveyor of insanity, and that you become the fool for entertaining his ideas. 22. The absurdist enables the state to discredit any idea that poses a threat. He's a conduit who leaks real information so that the public perceives it as false. Dark occultists practice predictive programming, believing that warning the victim before committing an act against them absolves the perpetrator of culpability. Their underlying hand of the absurdist, their underlying hand, the absurdist is a script. I don't like how that was written. Their underlying hand, it should be at the absurdist a script, or gives the absurdist a script, I guess, as if the words were dictated by the devil. The agent warns the public of impending unethical operations, but nobody could be reasonably expected to believe him. And as we bury our dead, the culprits yell, "I am innocent of this man's blood. It is your responsibility." And that's a perfect example of all the crap that's going on. Let's think about once again what's going on in Gaza and the West Bank or in Ukraine. Uh, and by us accepting it through voting for these absurdist candidates, if you will, agents, or Donald Trump or Camilla, we become responsible for all the deeds and acts that come from them, or as it perceived, they want us to perceive come from them. Of course, they're puppets, right? At the end of the day, they want us to focus our energy and attention on them instead of on reality. And when you comply to all this crap in the say when it comes to these political elections, especially the national one, you're going along with the sorcery and the magic. And so if what happens in Gaza comes and happens in your back door, it's your responsibility. It's your fault. That's how they see it. I know it sounds crazy, but that's how they see it. If you do not comply, if you rebel and reject what they have to offer, then legally they don't have a right to blame you, and it's now back on the responsibility is back in their lap. It's they're required to take how do I say this? Well, the consequences. Does that make any sense? Controlled political parties and representative democracies, we should call it demonocracies. Democracies always lead to totalitarian or tyrants, totalitarian states or tyrants in which nothing but fucking evil happens. Quotes is from George Washington. However, political parties may now and then answer popular ends. They are likely, in the course of time and things, to become potential engines by which cunning, ambitious, and unprincipled men will be enabled to subvert the power of the people and to usurp for themselves the reign of government, destroying afterwards the very engines which have lifted them up to unjust dominion. And this is we can see we are witnessing this when it comes to the political institutions in the United States of America, in which unscrupulous subverters, cunning, ambitious, unprincipled men, as it says here, and women, have hijacked and usurped the whole political and legal system. Laws no longer matter, and what has happened is they can do whatever the fuck they want. If they want to play around with you, if they want to throw you in jail, if they want to tax you, they want to burden you, if they want to lower your income or double the price of food, which doesn't need to happen. You understand, inflation is simply a form of thievery and stealing from you and from everyone else. There is no reason, no justifiable reason, for instance, in the United States, the food has doubled in price in the past year. There's no rational reason. There's no financial or fiscal reason. They make it all up. They're just imaginary numbers. They make it all up, and what's the ultimate gain? They get more money and more power while you pay more and more for these goods and commodities and resources. They could have easily dropped the price of everything by half and society still would have functioned and actually at a better rate, right? But this is fiscal and financial warfare going on against the public. This is just one aspect. And the oligarchs, because they're the ones in power, right? And as we've learned, when it comes to power, the American power and organized crimes, it is organized crime syndicates, where it's the Jewish mafia or the Anglo-American Roman Empire or mafias. They steal from you. They steal from you through religion and the pressure of tithing to taxes, in which they take more than 50% of your earnings. In other places, even worse. None of it's necessary. The average person benefits nothing from it. Even those who maybe are in a position where they do need state assistance, they give the minimum that they possibly can, usually below poverty, while still maintaining control and power, and so that they can live in their big mansions and have their fancy parties and wine and dine with each other, and to pay for all those bombs and for the digital or electronic IDs that you're going to have, that we're all going to have, that everything's going to have, and they're going to have us glued to that goddamn fucking cell phone. You won't be able to go anywhere with this. The whole plan, everything, driver's license, your personal information, will all be stored in your phone, along with everything that you said and done. Say you're young and dumb, and you've been doing, taking photos of your crotch and boobies. Well, guess what? Now that's everyone's information. One of the dumbest things I've ever seen. And if you have kids or you're young or if you've done it, don't ever do it again. Don't ever do what these, I don't know what they call it. What do they call those young women? Not Me Too, it's something else. Whatever the hell it is. I don't pay attention to stuff. But apparently there's a whole bunch of dumb women that are out there on the internet showing their naked bodies, and a whole bunch of dumb men have been paid for it financially, but everyone's being paid for it. And now that you have done all that and it is open to the world, it can be used to exploit you and to demonize you down the road. So there's a good chance that it's going to jeopardize you down the road. A few make some money, right? This is the old bait. They bait you into thinking, oh, well, I can make money doing this too. No, other people are making money. And you might get some chump change from a couple of chumps, but in the end, you sold out your vagina and your boobs, your butt, for a couple shekel. Stupid. But you didn't know any better. They make us all stupid. I know what I'm doing. I know that me doing this stuff could be used against me. That has been used against me. That it jeopardized my prospects of a job, our earnings. But I care about the truth more than what everybody else thinks about me and what they're going to fucking do to me. Strange as that is, and probably as crazy as it is, but I've lost everything already. So there's nothing they can really do to me except take my life. And being in the circumstances that I am in, that might actually be a kinder thing to do than what they're doing to me now. So I doubt they'll do that. They tried already with the jab. You know, it's funny. When I was trying to get some assistance, disabilities, right? It took me almost 3 years, definitely 2.5 years. That's the waiting time it is in the state of Ohio in order to get any kind of disability or benefits if you're diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. They happen from swine flu jab. And here's the thing, and I'm not just saying this to woe is me, but to warn you and understand the circumstances that you're really in. When I called Columbus, the state's capital, about getting disabilities, the man that I talked to made it very clear. He said, Mr. Adams, it's going to take you at least 2.5 years. And I go, why is that? Well, we're hoping that one or two things is going to happen. Either you're going to give up or you're going to die before you get your money. But if you do survive, what will happen is the lawyer, because you're going to have a lawyer, is going to take 25% right off the bat. He's going to do about 1 hour's worth of fucking work. He's going to show up with you in front of the judge, and he's going to do nothing but say maybe 2 or 3 lines and walk away with thousands upon thousands of money that you worked for. What's interesting, though, is in the state of Ohio, if you claim that you're depressed, you maximum wait times 3 months. 3 months. That's the kind of place that you live in. Whether it's the United States, Australia, UK, Norway, Canada. And it will continue to be that way because of compliance. We comply. Collectively, we comply. And the problem is, individual can do very little about it. But if we really were honest and caring and compassionate about each other, we would actually demand things to be changed. In America, the entire spectrum of opinions, options for dealing with any political problem is distilled into a binary choice: Republican, Democrat, left, right, conservative, liberal. The two majority parties ostensibly exist in a state of diametric opposition. This is how the tactic of controlled political parties should make them appear. But the fundamental structure of the political system, from the formulation of policies to the architecture of party platforms, which, if you've paid attention, the platform is almost non-existent at this point, is curated to advance a singular agenda, the uniparty, perpetuating the illusion of choice while safeguarding the overreaching interests of the entrenched elites. Besides the rhetoric and campaign slogan lies the uniformity of purpose. Both parties are designed to uphold a pre-established framework. This framework ensures that regardless of which wig occupies the spotlight, the broader narrative remains within fixed boundaries that avoid overthrowing the established order. In other words, nothing fucking changes. Their agenda moves forward ahead, scheduled, maybe a little delay here and there, bickering within the elite cabals. But you and I, we're just a burden. We're the living dead in their minds. And isn't it interesting that this is something that we're conditioned to accept? And you'll find that not only in political parties, you'll find it in all these constructs, these regimes. Regimes? Is that the word? Regimes? Regimes. These, let's go back to Bigfoot and the Bigfoot community. This is deliberately pushed upon everyone. This whole Hegelian dialectic of flesh and blood woo, and it always pushed that way. And the funny thing is, you don't need to have a whole bunch of people understanding what's going on. Just the people at the very top, the people who are pushing the narratives. Pushing it is, by first offering up the narrative, right? Writing about it, doing videos, acting as experts, and then having it constantly pushed in the internet, and then other people regurgitate it, and it's reinforced. They'll actually, people who are ignorant dupes will go along with it, right? Thinking, they've seen the numbers. They have thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of subscribers. No, I'm not jealous. Not jealous at all. Half of them are bots and are just an illusion. The rest are useful idiots to perpetuate the information that they want you to believe in. They want you to believe in anything other than the truth. Because maybe the truth actually would set you free. And once you realize you've been lied to in all aspects of your life, politics, scientism, we went to the moon, as an example, what this place actually is, who you are. They got us. We're our prisoners. We're their slaves. And it all starts between our ears. And by, voting for two criminals, well-established criminals, we believe that, and for a moment, for a day, and we are charged and we are totally obsessed about it. It's in our back of our minds. The cult of personality, that individual is going to save us and fix things. And in reality, nothing positive comes out of it. For you, for them, they're going to be filthy rich. Of course, they already are, but they're even going to be richer than you can ever imagine. $40 million mansions on the coast, and maybe Hawaii. Martha's Vineyard. It's all scam. It's all a lie. It always was. Elections within the United States are an exercise in Luciferian theater. A spectacle that appears to respond to popular will. let's see. When Donald Trump was elected in 2016, the popular vote went to, of all people, Hillary Clinton, they said. He got the Electoral College vote, which overrode your fucking vote. What happened in 2020? They flat out stole the election and usurped and overrode the Constitution itself to get the person that they wanted. And what an excellent puppet Biden has been. If it is in, even if he's still alive, that's the big question. He might not even be alive. But the fact of the matter, he's a man who's all drugged up, out of his mind, not aware what's going on, whose simple job was just to go to the podium and say, mumble some words and walk on off. Every time he got up there to the podium, it was a slap in the face. And then you think of other press secretaries and other people that are out there that talk to us, right? Other people that represent the federal government. You got that black chick that looks like the black cousin of Patches and Pockets, like she should be wearing clown makeup, or the weird gay guy who's incredibly obtuse and avoids every fucking question that there is. Or the one guy that looks like Count Dracula. You think it was all coincidence? Oh, but it will be better this time around, either with Donald Trump or with Camel Toe Camilla. So what are you to do? For one thing, you should get honest about what's going on. Stop complying. Stop submitting to the ritual, the Luciferian spectacle. Theater. Yet electoral outcomes remain as predictable as the rising sun. This manipulation doesn't hinge on the fabrication of ballots. Instead, the art of controlled political parties transcends vote tabulation. Selective exposure tactics amplify the voices of the favored Republican and Democratic candidates while muting the rest. In fact, this time around, there was no primaries on either side. There was no contender. Nobody contended anybody. You got literally, from the get-go, from the beginning, the choice of two clowns. Criminals. Established criminals. But I like her because she's half black or Indian and is a woman, has a vagina. Mind you, that's a bit of a improvement from when good old Barry was in office with Michael. You know, Michael Michel or whatever, French Michel, right? He was, I don't know how anybody didn't realize what they were looking at, but it's part of the power of propaganda and mind control. Luciferian theater. The access of the influential circles is a privilege bestowed solely upon those deemed fit for office by the Camarilla. I don't know what that is. What is a Camarilla? That's a word I haven't used. Let's find out. Camarilla is I think I have used it before. Is a small group of people, especially a group of advisors to a ruler or politician with shared nefarious purposes. And let's look at the image. The young Camarillo. Luciferianism was a modern day version of Egyptian magic. Judeo-Christianity, black magic. Camarillo, 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 Camarillo. So this small group of bastards called a Camarilla further bolster the blockade against those considered outside agents. But perhaps the biggest concern is financial, as the courtesans will call the state always sells herself to the highest bidder. Sorry, that's what it says. So anyways, it's all about the Benjamin, baby. And it always will be. Corporate behemoths use a network of affiliates to funnel financial contributions into the coffers of the political campaigns on both sides of the synagogue. Little hat people involved again. Eminent names of the corporate world: Goldman Sachs, General Electric, Blackstone, another one of those little hat groups, etc., execute maneuvers to ensure their money is lapped up by both Republicans and Democrat candidates within the same calendar year. Res ipsa loquitur, I guess that's how I pronounce it. Those outside the established duopoly are denied influence. Only individuals amenable to the system's architects can ascend to power. In other words, if you're not in the club, your opinion means jack shit. Not only that, your vote means jack shit. And that's how all these pyramidal structured organizations are, including the Bigfoot community. There's that inner circle of the know-it-alls and the useful dupes that follow them. And anybody that bucks or challenges the official narrative are left out into the desert outside the bricks of the pyramid and are not allowed back in. Now, you could try, and sometimes it does work, where you say, okay, I'll just comply and go along with these narratives, these man-made constructs, go along to get along type of thing. But when you're a guy like me and you open your mouth about what's really going on, bye-bye. And you know what? It's hurtful, it's painful, but it's freeing. I'm nobody's bitch, especially when it comes to what people call Bigfoot, Sasquatch, these interdimensional beings with spirits. I have my information. I have my knowledge that transcends the group. And I think all of us should have that in all aspects of our lives. But in order for that to happen, well, you know what? You're going to have to get honest. Most people claim they're honest until you start listening to them or you start hanging out with them. And then you realize they're full of shit. It's amazing. It truly is absolutely amazing. How could it be? That's right, Shaggy. Give him hell, Shaggy. Tell him like it is. Absolutely, Shaggy. That absolutely. Model. The German band. Badass band. God, that's a good song. What do you do? What do you do if you know all along that everything was bullshit and was a lie? What do you do? You got a bad attitude. You need to correct it. You need some correction here. You need to be more positive. I am positive, believe it or not. I'm absolutely positive that sorcery is real, black magic is real, and it's been practiced upon us our whole lives. Right, Shaggy? Oh, there it goes. Anyways, let's get back into this fun reading. I find it fun. 26. Controlled political party tactics combine disillusionment with optimism to make the public accept the status quo. As civilians invest their hopes and dreams in the political process, they are led to believe that their chosen party will bring a better tomorrow. Then, when the umbrella of disappointment looms as this tomorrow never comes, blame shifts towards the opposing party and the labyrinth of corridors of bureaucracy. This is not a flaw, but rather the essence of the system's design. Perpetual cycle of unmet pledges and finger pointing that fuels public disillusionment and concomitantly, I can't say that word, concomitantly allows for a surge of hope that the party of allegiance will finally surmount the competition next time. So, yes. And if one is honest and has been around a block a few times, is this not the case? Isn't it not the case? We'll give them some gadgets so they feel like they're in progress. There's evolution moving forward. Meanwhile, the rich keep getting richer and the poor keep getting poorer. You know, the amount of money that the United States, that we have given to, for instance, Israel. Cool, you're still here. Cool, thanks, thank you. The amount of money that we give to Israel, if we were, they talk about reparations, right, for the blacks, right? They want money. If we all got the money back that's been spent, every person, every young person, every male and female should be driving a Mercedes-Benz and have thousands and thousands of dollars in the bank. Schools should be free. That's how much money that's been spent on what's going on and destroying Europe with the illegal invasion, which is deliberate, and what's going on in the Middle East, the endless wars and bombing and everything else, and the police state, the apartheid state, which is amazing that it's all this time demonizing South Africa for its apartheid state while supporting a even worse apartheid state. But that's the way it works because we're dealing with organized criminal syndicates. the crime, the mob. That's what it is. The mafioso. The mafia. Sorry to disappoint you. But you know what? Once you, and the only reason I'm doing this is because the elections, and by the time the elections, I'll be so happy to not think about it again. But the magic, the spell casting that I see happening throughout the United States and the world, maybe get back to reality again for a little bit. But it will happen. People will be excited. Whoever gets supposedly elected, who was selected, actually, and they will be the pretend king for 4 years, and the other group will be disappointed and angry, and will get to cracking the find the ideal candidate, cult of personality, an ideal candidate, so they can send all their adoration and love to. Meanwhile, you will be in one of those empty experiences. I don't know if you're an artist or a musician or you're a business person. Say you're somebody that's a creative person. Say you got a project, whatever it may be. Maybe it's to design a specific part for a car, or it could be simply you have a big order that you're going to sell, and you've made a big checks and big money, and you get done with the order and you feel completely empty, and you need to go chase the next project. I mean, as an artist or songwriter, you write a song or you do a painting and or a drawing, and you invest all your energy, time into it, and once it's completed, it's like there's this emptiness, and I need to continue. I need to go further. I need a new project. Isn't it fascinating how we have been conditioned and brainwashed into thinking, somehow things are going to get better. But in this reincarnation soul trap matrix, it's not designed to get better. That's why we need to have a lot of empathy and sympathy and compassion for each other, because we've all been lied to and deceived. And we're all living a lie. Let's get back to this. 27 people are always left yearning for that one last opportunity to usher in the changes they desire within the confines of legitimate elections. Yet, with each reoccurrence of the cycle, realization falls short of expectation. And each time this occurs, the political landscape becomes increasingly charged, ready to crack like thunder. Adherents of the Republicans and the Democrats become embroiled in bitter rivals, blaming each other for civilization's woes, and the disenfranchised strata of society finds itself caught in the crossfire. The mainstream media further fans the flames, framing every political issue through the lenses of their factions, and narrowing the spectrum of viable solutions to social dilemmas down to blue and red. As Noam Chomsky once wrote, the smart way to keep people passive and obedient is to strictly limit the spectrum of acceptable opinion, but allow very lively debate within the spectrum. And that is the case. Here's an idea. Dear spirits, I pray and call upon you. I call upon you that you would help me and anybody who's hearing this and all the world to wake up, that we learn to have empathy and compassion for each other, and that we actually wake up to the reality, the realm that we live in. That we stop buying into all these official narratives and man-made constructs, and we start believing in ourselves again. Help us out, spirits. Let people know that you're real. And that everything else is bullshit. Thanks, spirits. Anyways, 28. Despite the glaring ineptitude of system of the, I'm sorry, despite the glaring ineptitude of the system, we're conditioned to perceive any change orienting from outside its scope as objectionable. Man, I can't say it. In other words, an example would be that there's not a better political system. That this is the only answer. This is the only system that we have to work within this system. They offer it up to us. That it's irresponsible and immature to deny it and refuse it. To call it out for what it really is. A giant Ponzi scheme in which a certain group of people live high off the hog, where the rest of us slave away for the pittance that we're allowed to have. We can't do anything about the illegal invasion. We can't do it. They just keep coming. We can't do anything about the fact they're getting paid tons of money and are driving around with cars with no driver license plates, guns, can't speak the language and don't even know what the social mores and norms are. Shit, we can't do a thing about it. Our hands are tied. There's nothing we can do about it. We're not the politicians. We don't make the laws. We can't do anything about the fact that the food's going up twice of what it normally is, or used to be just a year ago, and that the food shit to begin with. We're hopeless. We can't do anything about it. So what the mainstream media do will constantly remind you over and over again about the illegal alien problem, which in reality is a man-made construct in its own right, with the real desire that they have is to destroy all artificial man-made boundaries and destroying nationalities and nationalism. We're going to be one big, giant, happy family. In which people that wear little hats will rule over the rest of us because they're the chosen ones. Anyways, the prevailing dogma insists that alternative forms of governance are inherently flawed, tainted, and interfere with the juxtaposed inferior when juxtaposed against our sanctified democracy. Schools, workplaces, the government institutions instill this image in our impressionable minds, imparting ominous warnings of the horrors that would accompany the introduction of a novel governmental paradigm. This transmutes such an idea into the apparition reminiscent to Emmanuel Goldstein, sowing fear and trepidation at its very mention. In other words, don't change anything. Overarching intent is to coax us into a state of compliance akin to a well-trained canine, Pavlov's dog, poised to bark when confronted with the critics of the system. Yes, democracy may bear the imperfections, but its excellence remains unparalleled. So in other words, we got the best system there is. There's no need to change things. Things are great the way it is. 29. Once we are ensconced in the belief that democracy is irreplaceable, our avenues of dissent are circumscribed, limited to internal struggles within the system's prescribed political parties. No third party, no fourth party, no fifth party. We align ourselves with the political faction that appears to represent at least a portion of our interests, believing we are at least doing something to resist. The triumph of the controlled political party tactics lies in the apparent rebellion that is, in fact, an obedient participation in the system's preordainment. Thus, alternatives that exist beyond the boundaries of the ballot box are never explored. Daring whispers of operating outside the sanctioned channels remain muffled, and the prospect of self-governance remains a dormant dream. You know, all my life, and I talk to people, my siblings and friends, and they talk about these politics, and I find it so boring. And I always say the same thing. How come we believe that there's no other alternatives? How come we accept such shitty, worthless systems, man-made constructs? How come? And I mean, relatively smart and intelligent people believe in this shit. The religion of the state, statism. Let's keep make-believing. That's the key. If we just keep playing in the sandbox with the cool boys and girls, that someday we might be part of the gang and be accepted. Only to realize and find out later, you don't want to hang out with them. You don't want to play with them. They kind of freaking suck. They're jerks. But no, you know what? They're the cool kids. See, this is really simplistic, Mike. Life is really that simple. Remember as a kid when you played in the playground and there were the cool kids and the kids that teachers liked, and you know, they're the ones that had the nicest clothes, and you know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about, the pretty girls and the dudes for whatever reason, because whatever reason, you know, maybe because they're top of the class and they got good grades. They conform the best. And they would be the examples. The cool kids, right? You wanted to play with them. Oh, and it felt so good when you were accepted. Only look back on it and say, you know what a bunch of pricks. Why the hell would I want to spend, and never in my life today would I want to spend any time with any of them. But at the time, Oh my gosh, they were the cool kids. Now think about this. We are no different whether we're 50 or 5 years of age. We have maybe a larger vocabulary, except for me. I can't seem to pronounce anything or read anything. But the fact of the matter is, we're supposed to have better critical thinkings and skills, but we're no different than we were 5 years old. We're just bigger and older, but we're still those stupid kids, still wanting to be with the cool kids, right? If we're honest about it. Oh no, not me. I'm too busy. I have my own kids to raise, and I got my job to do and all that. But you'll see it in the workplace. You see it everywhere you go. Everybody fucking has to wear the same damn thing that everybody else is wearing. Whether it's fashion, or the latest trend, you know what? Why are we freaking following everyone else? Do we not see the consequences of it? Don't we see the inferiority of the whole situation? How it's making our lives actually less than it could be? You know, it's like homes. I don't know where you're at, but here in the States, we all live in boxes, rectangles with some kind of, you know, triangle, pyramid type roof type, whatever the hell you would call it. They all look the same. Endless tracks of suburbs, and every house looks the same. Some are bigger and some are 2-story, some are 1-story. Sure, some have basements, some don't, but they're all just a fucking box, and they're all made the same. And you know what? Some freaking tornado or hurricane shows up and they all blow away. It's crap. Why can't people make it, with all these building codes and all these restrictions? Why can't I build a house that's an octagon shape or a circle? Why can't I build my home the way I want it to be? No, you have to do what everyone else does. And to the point that everything in America looks the same. There was a time, I remember when I was a kid, there were still communities that had their own kind of flair and taste to them. Now everything's the fucking same. Every town has a McDonald's and a Burger King and a Taco Hell. And every house looks the same. And instead of building great industries or really, you know, mansions, now they build, you know, these medical groups, these centers like ProMedica. Every building, all they do is build these hospital after hospital after hospital. I guess they're preparing for something. They figured a whole bunch of us are going to be sick. And it turns out that's the case. Isn't that amazing? We don't build anything here anymore. It's become a giant freaking nursing home is what it's become. There's no point. I mean, they're going to restrict our travel anyways, right? But what's the point? You travel, you go. I went from this place to this place, and this downtown cities, everything looks the same. It's all concrete and freaking skyscrapers and all the houses, and the food's the same. I mean, there was a time when you could go different places in America and have really an authentic meal from that area. No, there was a couple places still, but most of them were gone. When I was a kid and I was a punk and I was a punk band, there was bars you could play at on a Friday night. Make a bunch of noise and hang out, right? And there was lots of bars and lots of nightclubs. And now there's hardly any left. Just a few. And everything's the same now. And any freaking bar or club or restaurant that tries to be really authentic and offer authentic experience, maybe it's an Irish pub. Somebody wants to give it wants to really have an authentic Irish pub in the town that in the area that I live. You go there and it's boarded up and it's closed up and it's not really authentic. The food's not really authentic. The music is not authentic. It's just an example. I hope you guys recognize what I'm saying. Things are getting narrower and more homogenous, and is that the right word? And just it's just monoculture on every level. I'm sorry if I'm bitching about the whole thing, but if people would spend some time not glued to their fucking phone and looked around and see what's going on, you would see what I see. Infiltrators and saboteurs in reactionary movements. COINTELPRO is the FBI acronym for a series of covert action programs directed against domestic groups. Imagine that. In these programs, the Bureau, if you haven't, read 1984 because we fucking live in it. Slowly become Brave New World. Disrupt and neutralize target groups and individuals. The Bureau conducted a sophisticated vigilante operation aimed squarely at preventing the exercise of First Amendment rights of speech and association, on the theory that preventing the growth of dangerous groups and the propagation of dangerous ideas would protect the national security and deter violence. The most violent institution is making sure there's no violence. And God forbid free speech, and God forbid you have your own idea and your own concept. When they took me out in 2009, I was writing my own music. I would play and play with my acoustic and just play my own crap and do my own art. I was doing my thing, and amazingly, they took me out. I wonder why that is. I also noticed, and maybe you haven't noticed, that in our cultures, we penalize original people, authentic people. People are truly different. They're doing something different. We penalize the individual. To the extent that if we have to, or they have to, I should say, they, not we, they'll poison you, they'll cripple you, they'll kill you. To shut your ass up. Many of the techniques used would be intolerable in a democratic society, even if all the targets had been involved in violent activity. But COINTELPRO went far beyond that. The unexpressed major premise of the programs was that a law enforcement agency has the duty to do whatever is necessary to combat perceived threats to the existing social and political order. The church committee. Now here's an interesting thing. This is how stupid the system we live in. So for years, if you're caught with some marijuana, you go to jail. For years, be a prisoner and a slave in their prison system, right? And there's a lot of other stupid laws. And the people that actually do commit crimes, isn't it weird how they get away with it? They spend a couple months in prison, get their 3 meals a day and a warm bed to sleep in. But you know what? They have to get sent back out. And if you do something stupid, mundane and stupid as having an ounce of weed just a few years ago, you'd be thrown in jail. Now, all of a sudden, they want us to have weed. Isn't that interesting? But the fact of the matter is, it's a taxable income. And you know what? I noticed something about the weed today compared to what it was when I was a kid, right? And that is the pot that you used to smoke, you just got high. It was fun. Sex was great. Now you have weird effects and feelings. Have you ever noticed that? The stuff that you get in the dispensers now, they're weird. Some of that stuff, it's like it's not like it used to be. Some of it seems stronger. But I'm sure the reason why they're doing it is to dumb us down, keep us pacified, and slowly kill us with it. It's like vaping. Vaping, it turns out, is worse than smoking a cigarette. But it was the greatest idea. Make sure that there's a vape shop in every freaking corner, along with a corner store where you can buy your cheap liquor to poison yourself more, and buy the crappy candy and remember those hot dogs. Maybe you guys don't have it. They have these like rotisserie. I think these hot dogs that they sell, the most disgusting freaking things on the planet, right? But that's okay, it's either that or Taco Hell, you know what I mean? Maybe McDonald's, in which their burgers, you can let them sit out for freaking years and nothing happens to them. It's all about it. All these laws, everything, at least in America, and what I observed when I was in Portugal and when I lived in the 3 years in England, is all the same thing. It's the same. It's all about limiting your options and controlling you and your movement and keeping you in your box. I strongly encourage anybody that hears this to go out and spend some time in the woods with the trees. Don't go for a power walk. Just observe. Be part of what is real. You might be shocked if you really connect. I was. Still am. Go down to that local stream and put your feet in the water. As long as there's no frickin' crocodiles that bite your feet. Be careful, I guess. But you never know. I mean, if you're still there, Carrie, I mean, you told me there's a lot of things in Australia that want to eat you. Got to be kind of careful. But you know what I mean. Who knows? When you walk in the woods, you might see some cool animal. Just observe. As long as it's not a kangaroo that wants to beat your ass, I think you'll be all right. How this whole system is designed to keep us from the creation itself is absolutely amazing. What always turns out to be some kind of convenience turns into enslavement. Whereas the phone, the way suburbs are designed, the way the roads are designed, the way our yards are designed, the way our communities are, they're very limited in your opportunities. And make sure when you plant stuff, everything you plant around your house has thorns and thistles and poisonous berries. And if you try to eat the thing, it will kill you. Isn't that fascinating? But it's pretty. It's got nice color. I cannot believe for a moment that I'm the only person observing this stuff. There's got to be at least a handful of you out there. 30. Despite the system's best efforts to turn inevitable eruptions into controlled explosions, radical movements from outside the control of government, some of these movements, due to their potential to disrupt existing power structures are met with the brute force of the system of the state repression. Excuse me. Burned to the ground the same as Waco in 1993. The majority, though, are subjected to a more insidious fate. They are co-opted and sabotaged through strategic deployment of special agents. Centralized movements operate through hierarchical structures where authority cascades from the eye of the pyramid to the base. So so the big shots are all in that floating rectangle, triangle with eye in it that separates from the pyramid. They make all the shots. They decide what's going to happen, and then they have their useful dupes to act it out. The top tier leaders dictate the course of the action. Lower level members execute their orders under the supervision of intermediaries. Hierarchical systems with their clear line of authority are vulnerable to infiltrators. Religion, politics, corporations, all are subject to it. Adam, Eve, we came into the world with nothing, and we go over the world with nothing. Yeah, that's right, Carrie. I know it sounds kind of strange, but wouldn't it be really cool if you say, for instance, you were with your loved one, say you or me, you say like it's me, and I've fantasized about me and this hot chick that I'm totally in love with. She's loving me. Running around the woods naked. Isn't that amazing? I mean, I'm not in a perverted way. I just not worrying about a goddamn thing about what everybody else says, and just it's so oppressive. I can't believe people can't see how oppressive it is. But it's like, I guess because we're so glued to the computer, to our phones, that we have just enough of the creature comforts in our lives that we can't see the enslavement that we're in. Our ancestors, just a few generations ago, did run around nude in the woods, and they didn't worry about that. And none of them, I mean, I'm going to lose 20 pounds. I know that. I don't like that middle-aged freaking gut thing going on. But I guarantee you that our ancestors didn't have that freaking problem. They were eating healthy food. They were doing physical things. They didn't have to worry about being poisoned by this and this thing, this shot or that shot. Didn't have to worry about, you know what I mean? The odds of the average person having some kind of neurological problem, those people that had the problem were the elite. We're consuming all these weird things. Our ancestors were eating the things they've always been eating for freaking thousands of years. But now, things are more complicated now. There's a lot more people. And and society is much more different now. We need to have all these GMOs and genetically modified food, and we need to have everything packaged and have plastic injected in them so this to preserve. It's insane, this world. So when I act and sound a little strange and insane, I don't feel so bad. In fact, I feel like I'm in good company. Although the average person will listen to me and say, that guy annoys me, and that guy's nuts. But if one would actually listen to what I'm saying, they say, you know what? Dude's right. What do we do? Well, I know one thing we need to do en masse, not in some pyramidal structure, not in some limited fringe hangout, that we all en masse demand a better freaking life. But getting people to do that is amazingly difficult because it's all psychological. It's all of these constructs that are in our heads. We think we can't change the system. We can't get rid of the people that are ruling over us. We can't remove them. The thing is the oligarchs, the elite, as they want to be called, the managers of this plantation, they need us. We don't need them. Donald Trump and Kamala, or whoever it may be, wherever you're at, they need you. We don't need them. The world will be perfectly. In fact, I'm going to tell you something. This is a real shocking little thing. If there was no president of the District of Columbia, it would still operate. I mean, the world would still function. Well, they're symbolic, and they're the ones to set the agenda. Bullshit. None of them have ever set the agenda. They're freaking spokesmen for the group that they belong to. They're just a puppet they put in front of you so you vent your anger or frustration at. And they always make sure to have somebody that's really flawed, like Bush. Remember Bush Jr.? I mean, he speaks worse than I do. That says something. And he was president of the United States. You can't tell me he was running the show. And we definitely know that Biden was not running anything except in his diapers. Anyways, 31 infiltrators are clandestine actors who embed themselves within a group with the explicit aim of dismantling it from inside. Infiltrators are effective at any level of an organization. And this explains why so many groups fall apart. Monitoring, and always some person, and they're always arguing about the stupidest fucking things, and it causes all this contention and bickering, and next thing you know, infighting, and it doesn't take that much. And part of the problem is in these groups is that these members in this group really don't know what they want. So they just go along with what the bigger mouths say. It's really kind of weird, isn't it? Isn't it weird what we do to ourselves and allow other people to do to us? Infiltrators are effective at any level of an organization, monitoring activities and reporting them to the authorities and searching for information that facilitate character assassination of important group members. But infiltrators are no mere spies. These agents exploit ideological differences and personal conflicts and financial vulnerabilities within the movement to create internal division, weakening its cohesion. Infiltrators practice bad jacketing. Have you ever heard of that practice before? Bad jacketing. The act of forging evidence to suggest that a legitimate revolutionary is cooperating with law enforcement. Once again, bad jacketing is the act of forging evidence to suggest that a legitimate revolutionary is cooperating with the law enforcement. The outcome of successful bad jacketing is either banishment or murder. Malcolm X. Martin Luther King, etc. The hands of one's own comrades, adhering to the standard operating procedure of executing the traitor before the enemy. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Surveillance, character assassination, the bad jacketing serves as the opening salvo to the infiltrators' subterfuge. Positioned within the organization's intermediary level of leadership, the infiltrator manipulates its actions by purposefully misinterpreting or distorting orders from higher ranking members. This leads the lower levels to carry out actions that are counterproductive or self-destructive, leveraging the organization's structure against it. The infiltrator's most dangerous potential energies. So, the infiltrator's most dangerous potential emerges when he ascends to the zenith of the organization. From a position of command, he has reshaped the group's core policy and objectives, transforming the movement into a husk of its former self, rendering it harmless and even beneficial to those in authority. That reminds me a lot of the Mormon Church. 33. While centralized movements offer clear points of subjectivity, I'm not saying it right. The centralized movement offers clear points of can't say a damn word. I blame this on my MS. I know the word. I said it 1,000 times. Susceptibility. Oh, God have mercy. The clear point is susceptibility to infiltration tactics. Their decentralized counterparts, such as leaderless resistance, demonstrate remarkable resilience to co-optation. So resilience to co-optation. Either the saboteur, a specialist in the art of tarnishing a movement's public image, employing a strategy of attention-grabbing theatrics and engineered to generate adverse publicity. The agents engaged in false flag operations, adorning themselves in embellishment. So the adoring themselves in attire emblematic of the organization they seek to implicate, and then proceeding to stage provocative or violent acts. My mouth is not freaking working. But we got like two pages. So I'm going to play some music, give my mouth a break. I want to finish this up so we can move on to things. So let's play some more music. I like Scoob-Moodle.
Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
model. My friend Eric Gibbs, Donde está el Bano? And curious, take care of yourself. I'm fine. I'm venting. I never once ever thought I would become the rebel that I am. Never intended it in a million years. I always wanted to be just a normal guy living a normal life and doing normal things, and whatever that is, and I don't know, but I've become the rebel, and I cheers as I drink my water. You know what I do? I put a pinch of some the Himalayan pink salt in my water. Rebel with a cause. My cause. Yeah, I do have a cause actually. My cause is. It seems like my cause, my destiny is to remind everybody that everything is bullshit. It's just absolute nonsense. Remarkable. The saboteur is special to try to. In the early 1960s, the geopolitical tensions between the United States and Cuba. What a bunch of horseshit that all was. Were akin to a powder keg. Following the ill-fated Bay of Pigs invasion, the United States Department of Defense proposed a plan that would light the fuse of a casu ballet. Ballet, is that how you pronounce it? Casu ballet. Let's see if I pronounce that one right. I can't pronounce anything worth a shit. Do I seem angry? I guess I am. The quitting that smoking got me a lot angrier. Latin term describing the situation said to justify a state of initiating war. Casus belli. Casus. Casus belli. Operation Northwood. As written in the unclassified documents, the desired result from the execution of this plan would be to place the United States in the apparent position of suffering defensible grievances from a rash of irresponsible government. From a rash, that's what it says, and irresponsible government of Cuba, and the development of international image of a Cuban threat to the peace in the Western Hemisphere. To fabricate these grievances, it was suggested that the saboteur sink a ship of the Cuban asylum seekers at sea and use plastic bombs to maim Cuban refugees in America and build replicas of Cuban fighter aircraft to be piloted by saboteurs and used to harass U.S. citizen air. And they also talk about this kind of drone technology they had back then about just having like a flying plane into something, right? I wonder People thought, so I mean, back then they were thinking about that stuff. They eventually did it in 9/11. And 35, an instance where a decentralized movement lacks the recognizable uniform emblem. The saboteur and his handlers prepare by disseminating a manifesto in advance of committing the false flag operation. This manifesto claims the responsibility for the actions committed in the name of the targeted movement. These tactics possess the versatility to target not only entire movements, but also their specific ideas and principles. And some would argue that Bitcoin is one of those kind of tactics that will lead us into all of us using central bank digital currencies, the CBDCs. $36. Oh, by the way, it's another Ponzi scheme. That being Bitcoin. I wish I would have been one of those people. Actually, I don't. I have a conscience. But I can understand if somebody got in there early or wished they got in there early, they'd make a lot of money in that Ponzi scheme. The problem with Bitcoin is, for the most part, you can use it in some areas where you could buy stuff with Bitcoin and use it as some kind of fungible currency. But for the most part, if you want like these digital currencies, these coins and all that, you still have to cash them in the bank for American petrodollars. So in the end, they kind of fail. And thank you. Well, thank you, Carrie. Thank you for being around. So, it's like everything's a Ponzi scheme. Everything's designed to trap you and snare you. It's basically, it's all designed to take the resources and money from average day Joe, the poor, the working class, and make sure it funnels back into the hands of those who are wealthy already. 36. Their persistent belief in the infiltrators and saboteurs belong to a bygone era. The operations of like COINTELPRO were terrible mistakes the modern governments would never replicate. Unfortunately, the unforgiving truth is that secret operations worldwide continue to employ such tactics. And we all saw that worldwide with the scamdemic and the imaginary bug, and God forbid we got to lock down and walk around like zombies with those masks on, because we're all gonna die. Take the jab. Take the jab. And a shitload of money was made out of that for those people that are involved at the very top. There are billionaires made out of that scheme. And my God, the centralization of more power happened, didn't it? And it gave an excuse to be really clamped down on people. Oh. Krem says they are bringing in a gold-backed commodities. So they say, see people like countries like, in particular, Russia. A lot of people are buying. These countries are buying a lot of gold, aren't they? But unfortunately, when it comes to currency and money, it seems to me that the real power is brute force. Might is right. That what backs the petrodollar is bombs, planes, military. The willingness to use all sorts of weaponry on the civilians. It's no different than organized mob and this the mafia, right? They they muscle in all these people. Those you remember it's the movies and stories, and we used to be that shops owners and all that. They wanted to do business in the town. Well, they had to pay money, right, to do it, right? And that's those same people of now running the government. And I've been doing it for ever, to be honest with you, my whole lifetime. 36, their persistence and the belief that the infiltrators, saboteurs belong to the bygone era. So we said that, heard that. Unfortunately, this unforgiving truth, disconcerting to the predictability of the sequence of events that unfolds at each time the government execute an unethical operation and veiled in secrecy, managed that. Subsequently, a vehement and resolute denial emanates from the highest echelons of power, forcibly asserting that no such operation has transpired. And tandem with this denial, the media rushes to braid those who dare to suggest otherwise as conspiracy theorists, or take down their YouTube channels like they did to me, or keep giving me strikes. And don't forget shadow banning, and have very few people even know that I exist. Meanwhile, as long as everyone is just talking worthless nonsense, they're going to get a slap on the back. Good job, dupe. The tandem of the denial, blah, blah, blah. Finally, the time it grinds on and the public interest naturally wanes, and the government quietly releases a statement of acknowledging the operations. And that's exactly what's going on. But after everything that we went through and the past 4 years, and of course on Facebook and Zuckerberg, and he admitted that he got $400 million in order to quash any dissent or anybody that was raising any red flags about what was going on. And the death of millions of people they are responsible for. And I'm on that platform just like the other platform. These same platforms that keep people from knowing the truth. Isn't it wonderful to know that the people that rule our lives they don't give a shit about us? See us as profane. Get going. By that point, however, it has become a relic of the past, entombed in the annals of history and irrelevant to the present. And that's exactly, and I hope to God that anybody that hears this, which will be few of you, but the rest of it will never forget about what we went through the past 4 years, what they put us through. And they are never forgiven and are never forgotten what they put us through. It's just so they could hold on to their power and live in their mansions and to live a cushion, comfy life. They probably go to church on Sundays too, or synagogues. will justify anything. Summary and conclusion. 37. Selective exposure controls what the public sees. And narrative avalanches bury dangerous stories beneath the dust. Astroturfing pretends to come from individuals but comes from organizations. Gatekeepers hold information back. Absurdist agents discredit information and control political parties and create false dilemmas, and infiltrators kill us from within. This absurdist agents reminds me of what the hell's that guy's name again? There's a lot of them in the right too. Besides Alex Jones, Stu Peters. He did a documentary about stuff and about the jab, and then the way he acts is over the top. Making people who actually know what happened and had seen the damage done in the past 4 years, it's not the case. Hey, maybe I'm one of them too. Hey, I could be an excellent absurdist agent. You hear that, Illuminati? Or you government agencies? Why don't you pay me a big bucks? I can make it really look absurd. I'm telling you the truth. Because the truth is pretty absurd. 38. The ultimate objective of this subversion is to obliterate the concept of informed consent, making us tolerate conditions that would otherwise be intolerable. In a healthy society that prioritizes, I can't say the damn word, the well-being of its citizens, controlled opposition is unnecessary. Mechanisms of control only become necessary when the state schemes to ransack the nation's treasury, exploit its workforce into the depths of impoverishment, and replace its native identity with a gray alien influence. Actions that in conventional circumstances would catalyze a coup d'etat. We confront the ultimatum to stand as men resolute in our principles, which would be amazing if we would act upon them, and to fade into the shadows of automatons. I can't say the word. Automatons. Surrendering it to the artifice, the controlled opposition. Let it be understood that the call to resist this encroachments is not a choice, but rather a solemn duty thrust upon us. A moral imperative that brooks no compromise. And although this resistance may lead to the battlefield, its inception takes root in the ethereal realm of our collective thought. Only by peering through the mind's eye can we penetrate the mirage of dissent enshrouding our media, public figures, and government institutions, and even our reactionary movements. My sole contribution has been a word of caution. The transcend our programming and reclaim your humanity and remain a battery powering the machine's subjugation. Once again, it's this short pamphlet is called The Mirage of Dissent, The Mechanics of Controlled Opposition by Joel F. Carberry. See, XRP and XLMs is what they'll use. There's now crypto ATM at the shopping center. Yep. This is all designed to get us acclimating and used to the idea of using central or CBDCs, right? Throw away our money. Everything will be digital. This is a terrible thing. There are a lot of people that have side jobs and a lot of people that do things, finished carpenters and etc. And people that do things on the side, they get paid cash. And what makes it worthwhile to do all that stuff is that it's cash and it's not all tracked and traceable. But everything that we do now will be tracked and traced and will lead to with this what do they call that? What do they call that again? Separate credit score system. And so what happens is, what will happen, what's happening in China right now, is that as long as you behave like a good boy or girl, that your credit score or will something else, called something else, will be high enough that you can buy stuff, and you're rewarded for that. But if you are dissident or you challenge the government or the system that is at hand, then you will have a lower score, and you will be restricted in what you can buy and do and sell. So what looks like at the beginning is this facade like Bitcoin is that this promise of freedom from the central bank and the Federal Reserve, will actually be even worse than it is now. And that's what they plan on doing, and that's what they want to do, is to control all the rest of us, because the problem is that you and I are the threat to them being the elite, the billionaire donors, the billionaire class, the uber rich, of the people of old money, the organized criminal syndicates that run our governments and different agencies. We are the average person. Anybody that starts waking up to this and starts talking about how we're being violated by the system will be crushed. And I'm going to expose and talk about how the system is violating us, because I care. I care more about the truth and about freedom of speech and assembly, and to live our lives like human beings. And that's more important than being part of the system, of being part of the problem. It's a terrible system that we're under, and it's only going to get worse. The banks will take your money and stock up on gold and silver. If you can do it, if you got the money, do it. I think it should be part of the plan, but just understand something. I don't know what it's like where you're at, but where I'm at, I don't know, Cram, are you in the United States or you're in Australia, right? Just like Harry, right? So I can't speak for Australia, but in America, 1930s, they passed a law that said that you had to give all your fucking gold to the government. And they can do it again. And so if you have gold, here's the other thing too, with silver, what I discovered, because I did the whole thing. And then there was a time when I had to use it got to buy some stuff for my son and all that. And so I paid to get the gold and the silver, right? And then I had to go back to the dealership because where I was at and sell the silver, in which they charged me for that, and then put that check in the bank, in which the bank charged me for putting the check in the bank. And I'm looking at this, what a racket it is. I had to sell the stuff under price, be taxed for it and charged for it as well, and then give it's like, so I think it's a good thing to have that in case you have no money or there's part of your savings, but you're still limited. You still got to use whatever currency that you guys use. Do you guys use the pound? Like in is it the same thing like in Australia? What do you guys call? We have the dollar bills, right? The dollar bill, the petrodollar. I mean, you still got to use it one way or the other, even whether it's you have a credit card or your bank card to buy stuff. It's still being recognized you're using it in dollars. So I think it's good to have that. But if you don't have somebody that's interested in you purchasing goods through your silver or your gold, you're still going to end up having to transfer it over to the bank. So are you better off? I don't know. I mean, I think it's good to be part of your portfolio. I mean, I'm not a financial expert in any shape or form. And if my buddy Eric is still there, Eric Gibbs, he's the one that knows about stocks and finances. I don't know jack shit. I just studied the Bitcoin and etc. and all these other coins, and it's all a big Ponzi scam. It's all a scheme. 200% is. So if all the things to put your money in, certainly one of the things is a good idea is to have some silver and gold on hand. You know what I mean? Make sure that you actually own it. And so if there is it's like my big brother. He lost his home in the Paradise Fire, but he managed to get his silver when he went back to his house, even though it was all melted in the safe. He was able to use that silver to buy stuff. In other words, to use it for rent an apartment and eventually a down payment on a new home. So it's good to have that kind of stuff, silver and gold, for those kind of circumstances. But on a day-to-day basis, I mean, the petrodollar is not going anywhere soon. And someday it might be replaced by the BRICS or whatever will be from the East. And certainly it's part of the plan. But it's going to me, it's going to take decades before the dollar bill is no longer used. Yeah, Graham, I think it's a good idea. At least 10% in savings. I think it's a good idea. Make sure you have a safe that's fireproof. And because you never know. I mean, what happened in Hawaii, what happened in Paradise, California, could happen somewhere. And probably some of you guys you had the fires you had in they're very questionable on how they were generated. It came to be in Australia, and you might lose your home that way. So, yeah, I think it's good to have that stuff for. But you're still going to have to transfer it over to dollars. So whatever the official currency is, the place that you live. So I think it's a good part of the strategy, but until you can go to a shop and say, hey, I got a couple of silver dollars, you recognize what they're worth, It's kind of, it's something. It's an investment for the future, and it's something that you can pass on to your kids, or if there's you have a hard time and you have nowhere else to do to. But the same token, what you could do, like a lot of other people do, is make sure you have a stash of dollar bills in your bank and your safe. You know what I mean? Hundreds. Make sure you have a few $1,000s worth of dollar bills or whatever the local currency is, because you're going to have to use that anyways. You just can't go to a shop and say, "Hey, man, I got some gold, I got some silver. Can I, buy some stuff?" You know what I mean? It just doesn't work the way it got set up. So I think, is it a good idea to have it in savings? Absolutely. But it'd be just as wise is to make sure in your safe that you have a few $1,000s. Just dollars, you know what I mean? Cash. Or a checkbook, or something that you can use as currency. That's the way the system is, you know what I mean? You can't get around it, really. I mean, you're still going to have to, and you're going to lose money. Understand that when you have the gold and the silver, that you have to go somewhere that's going to buy this gold and silver, transfer and change it over to dollar bills or the pound or whatever it is that you have, and so you can buy stuff. So it's a kind of one of those things. How I see it from my personal experience, because I had to use the silver coins. I had a hard time, and I had to use it to buy some stuff for my son. And I was put in that situation that, looking back, I would have been better off just to have the money on hand to begin with. If I had the cash and the money on hand, I wouldn't lose any of the value of that. So in other words, although the dollar bill is losing its value, and that's understandable, and if you left it in the bank, you're going to lose money to charges and all that. And they claim that you can lose up to 13% of what I'm saying. So say you have $100 in the bank in savings. The claim is that you're going to lose 13%. So, it's that $100 is going to be worth $87. I think that's questionable. But let's say this is the case. You're better off if you just held on to. This is what they don't want. They don't want us to do this, right? So while you still can, you're better off to have $10,000 in cash in your safe to begin with. That way you don't get charged because you're going to. So when you take although the silver is worth, on market is selling, I don't know, say it's selling $35. If you go and sell it somewhere, they cash it in, right? Get some money for it. They're going to charge you less than what the price of it is that they're selling for, right? Because they're out to make a buck. So they're going to give you, say, $25, whatever it is. I can't remember now. So you're going to lose money in the process. So you might as well be better off just to keep the money. Yeah. And it is a catch-22. We're all in that situation, a catch-22 situation. Keep safe. That's for sure. I mean, one thing, our grandparents weren't stupid, when they kept the money under the mattress, right? Except they didn't have the safe. But now safes are affordable. If you can save up that kind of cash, you might as well put it in a safe, right? And something that's very difficult to break into, and it's definitely fireproof. Especially with Agenda 21 and what they're doing with these communities, whether it's how they're going about it. There's different theories about how they can wipe out a whole town, whether it was in Hawaii or in Paradise, California. And everyone that was involved with it all said it wasn't a natural how they just all the houses burnt except the ones that had blue roofs or whatever. That says something about what's going on above us. But with the combination of the things that we have from smart appliances and meters and God, it just goes on and on and on. It's like they've set us up in most communities. If they want to take it out, they can take it out. Is it directed energy beams that's involved with it too? That's the thing. This is the issue, and this is why they want us all on a digital, central the CBDCs, right? Central bank digital currencies, right? So they want basically all using a card and no money and cash, because then they have more control over us. And so the day when you no longer can use the dollar bill or the pound is going to be a very bad day for all of us. It's going to be a very bad day. And that's the plan with the these digital IDs, that your driver's license, everything is going to be in this, your birth certificate, everything, along with your banking information and your credit score. It's going to be, what the hell we're all going to have. We're all going to have to, in order to use those cards, we're always going to have to go to the bank. I don't know even how are you going to do it? How is that going to work so the guy that comes to your house and fixes your plumbing on the side, and you pay him, $100 in cash, because that's what he wants, because that way he doesn't pay taxes. What's going to happen once everything's digital? Are you able to quote unquote cheat the system? I guess the system's cheating you, but the fact of the matter is you're not really cheating the system; they're cheating you. So what do you do about that? I mean, when that happens, it's like, oh yeah, in order to have any kind of transactions, everybody going to have one of those machines that you can plug in your card, or is it going to be a phone you just scan everything, right? I mean, it's going to be so everybody's going to know everything that you're doing, and everything's going to be taxed, and if they decide they want to make your life even a bigger misery, because they already do it now, if they want to. How many people that I know of that have had their bank account, they have no access to their bank account because of speaking out loud? That's another thing to think about too, is credit unions. I would strongly support credit unions as much as possible. If you're not banking in a credit union, I suggest you do that. First of all, you've got a lot more perks and benefits. And these big institutions, they're all hooked up together. I mean, how many times I've heard people going to like one of these big banks, and they can't access their money. Their money's not there all of a sudden. You're safer in a credit union, in my book. So that's the reason why I bank in a credit union. These are some simple truths. Systems suck. Like Essex, systems suck. Sucks. So anyway, that's what I wanted to share with that, the mechanics of controlled opposition. When you're watching stuff on the internet and on the mainstream media, and you have these people that you kind of like, And I'm pretty confident there's a lot of people that I've been interacting with that are relatively big names on the internet. They got, tens of thousands of followers or millions of followers. Then I'm interacting with them too on Twitter and these spaces, and they show up drunk and saying the most stupidest shit. And I mean, Alex Jones needs to sober up. He's become a drunk, and he's so compromised, and I think that's the reason why. You know what I mean? His conscience killing him. He needs to sober up and lose some weight. I need to lose some weight and quit smoking. So it means, everyone's got their. But I tell you what, and Stu Peters got that issue too. And there's a lot of guys that have been hanging out in these spaces. Whereas Andrew Tate, or a lot of these guys they're cued in on the Jewish problem, the Zionist problem, right? But a lot of them are grifters, and they jump on the latest trend and fad. And I noticed that the real people who are really concerned and are trying to share the truth with people are guys like me that don't have 1,000 followers. We're totally shadow banned. We all we have is hundreds of followers. And there's a bunch of small channels still, not like it used to be before 2021, but there's still a lot of small content creators and people are spreading the message on Twitter and BitChute and Odyssey and Rumble and that kind of thing that are sharing the message, but we're totally crushed as far as, from shadow banning, it's being censored and all that. Hardly anybody is going to hear me. But what I learned the last time round is that we can beat them with 1,000 cuts. So it's everybody has their small channel and everybody's sharing the message. That's what happened last time that really woke up a lot of people when it came to the scamdemic and globally. So there were 1,000 little channels like me, maybe like 100. I mean, I was one of the first guys that was born in people in 2020, but it grew fast. And a whole bunch of small channels started raising alarm on what was going on. And we were the ones that were taken down. And a whole bunch of us were taken down on January 6th. It had nothing to do with what was going on in Washington, D.C. and what happened January 6th. They just used it as an excuse. And it's all part of their, attack on us for being dissidents and spreading the truth. And I think we can beat we can beat the system by all of us having a channel, all of us raising our voice, even if it's just 100 subscribers or 10 or 30, it doesn't matter, or 1,000. If we have 1,000 of us doing that, or 10,000 of us, that's going to reach a whole bunch of people. And people I don't know about you, but I'm more impressed with a person who's willing to speak the truth, willing to, be penalized and censored, willing to just keep talking regardless. If there's no money involved, you can make no money doing this except for you guys to donate. That's it. You know what I mean? And that's, it's not really, it's helping, but it's not like there's no living in this. You know what I mean? There's no money in telling the truth. And that's the brutal reality of things. And that's why a lot of guys give up. I'm in a situation where it would be irresponsible. I can't say a damn word. It would be immoral and not right for me not to raise my voice and talk about it. I could not live with myself if I didn't say something. Even if no one else, only if just a few people hear me, and who cares? As long as those people are warned and are helped, and maybe their life's saved, it's worth it, right? I'm doing more than a lot of medical professionals are doing. I guarantee you, in 2020 and 21, I saved some lives. And now it's 2024 and the evidence is coming out. And even though most people's attention is no longer there, the evidence is out that small channels like myself did save a whole bunch of people's lives. That's the reason why I keep doing this stuff. That's the reason why I keep trying to share the truth and being heard. You know what I mean? Even if it makes me look like a crazy man, if it saves one person's life, it's worth it. I mean, what else is there? I mean, all the numbers don't mean anything. Thank you, Carrie. So the thing is, the numbers at the end of the day, all those numbers on the computer screen and how many subs you have and all that, it doesn't matter. If the only thing that matters is the people that are hearing what you're saying. You know what I mean? They interact with you, and hopefully we all make a difference in our lives. That's what matters. The rest of the people, they can make their money and their millions of dollars and be the latest clown on YouTube, you know what I mean, or fad or whatever, and be one of these content creators or influencers. But the real influencers are the people who are really telling you the truth and are truly making a positive difference in people's lives. And as far as what we just got through talking about here, and about for especially the people in America, or for you, in the elections where you're at and the politicians, is to not feel guilty and not be involved in it. Realize you're being responsible by not being involved in it, by not supporting them, and to support alternatives. Because these are the same people that did all the shitty things to us in the past 4 years. These are the same institutions, these same people represent the same institutions who did all this shitty things to us and to our families and to our communities. And we owe them nothing. We owe them no election. We owe them no support. We owe them, as far as being part of their parties, their party. What we owe is to each other, is to speak the truth and help each other to get through and navigate what we're going through, the realm that we live in, right? To show empathy and compassion and support each other, if it's nothing more than just an ear, or to share the message on to somebody else that you listen, there's something going on here, whether it's the interdimensional beings in the realm and there's something with the spirits and the trees, to whether politics is all rigged, to that there's serious censorship going on, to the future threats that exist today. That at least that we know each other, that we know that we're not crazy when we share the truth about whether it's GMOs or the poisonous food or air and water, or the poisonous lies that are coming out of the internet, or from religion, or from politics, or from the workplace. That we're not alone, and when we see these things, that we can support each other and help navigate to a healthier, more rational, more meaningful, more just a better life. You know what I mean? And I say that you deserve it. We all deserve it. Thanks, Carrie, once again. And everyone else, and we'll hear this, and the three that are there. Thank you for being there and listening to me, my ramblings. And I hope you did get something that was meaningful and useful. And and up your nose with a rubber hose. YouTube and Facebook and all the other platforms that have been suppressing the truth and virtue signaling and doing it all for a freaking buck. So you can be part of the party, the big club, a club of fakes and frauds and liars and manipulators and people that you don't really want to be with. You guys know you don't want to be with each other. You know you can't stand each other. We all know what's going on in fighting, whether it's in YouTube or Facebook and everything. So do the right thing. The money's not worth it. So what? So what if you're poor? So what if you live a modest life? At least it's an honorable life. At least it's a life that you can, in a day, you don't have to be ashamed of. And if you don't have shame, exploiting people, using people, manipulating people for a buck, you have serious issues. And so what if you end up having the trophy wife and the bigger house and the car, and you're the big guy on the block or the king of the hill? It's temporary. It means nothing. And I guarantee you one thing, you're coming back here. And you deserve to come back here until you learn your lesson. And your lesson is that that being part of this matrix, to support this matrix, to support the loosh factory that we live in, to support all the pain and suffering, just so you feel like you're Mr. Big Shot or Mrs. Big Shot, until you learn the lesson that this matrix is not something worth selling your soul for, you're going to keep coming back. And, if you, I can tell you right now, yeah, well, good night. So it's great hearing from you. Thank you for being there. It's 9:36 a.m. here now. And, I woke up, I went to bed early. The things, every time I eat something, I get like this food shock. I have to go and take a nap. So I ended up falling asleep around 6 o'clock after dinner p.m. and woke up at like 12 midnight, 11 o'clock midnight. I couldn't sleep. So it was 3 in the morning. I said, you know what? I might as well do a show. What the hell? So anyways, yeah, I mean, if you don't have the empathy and compassion for your fellow human beings, and you're not standing up for them one way or another to the best of your ability, what are you here for? You know what I mean? It includes your kids, your family. You know what I mean? You should just stand up against the matrix. Be Nemo. Be strong. Be a warrior. Say screw to this. It's because the system isn't worth dying for. It's not worth losing your soul for. And so for me, as an American, I look at the politics and election, and I know it's 100% a fraud. And everybody says, well, you know what? It's Donald Trump is better than Camilla. Is she? Are they? Personality-wise, maybe you'd rather hang out with them for an hour with Donald Trump than actually after an hour. I think it'd be so dreadfully disappointing and I don't want to do it, but never do it again. But the fact of the matter is, the agenda is still going to move forward regardless of who's the puppet for the presidents of the the CEO of the District of Columbia. The agenda is still going to move forward. They put these two clowns in front of us. One's a female and one's a male, allegedly. And, and regardless of who's in power to distract us, the agenda is still going to move forward. So why waste your time and energy? Why fool yourself and going there in November and casting your vote for a criminal? And what I'm hoping is the bare minimum is that people will have a conscience enough to stand down, to not waste your energy voting, as a protest against the system. And that at best, it may be people, maybe there'll be someone in some town that will get out there and will protest the whole thing with signs, maybe run for mayor or for city councilor, a council, instead of freaking being their slave, and at least try to change the system from the inside if possible, or at least expose the system for what it really is. Because what it's done, and the systems that we're under, the Matrix, is exploited the crap out of all of us, stole from us continuously, and lied to us and deceived us. And they do not deserve our consent. They do not deserve our money, do not deserve our hard-earned, our time, our energy. And it's the mature and the righteous thing is to say no to all this. Stop playing their games. And if millions and billions of us did this, the system would crumble. And we could start changing it for the better. When I say crumble, it's the illusion's going to fall. They can no longer can they use it as a weapon against us, whether it's the political system or the IRS or the Federal Reserve or whatever it may be, the institutions that are oppressing us. We can expose them and start changing things. But in the meantime, we got to stop pretending that all this is for our benefit. It's all exploitation. We're being used and abused. That's the important thing. And to realize that, you know what? You don't have to comply. Go walk your own path. Wherever the group is going, be the hero that you really are and walk your own path. And if people mock you and make fun of you, the hell with them. At least you're being authentic and real and legit, instead of just another useful dupe for their criminal enterprises. And I hope YouTube and Facebook and everyone else hears what I have to say, and the people that hear that you will reform and change your ways. You'll feel better about yourself if you do. With that, hopefully we had a good show. Learn a lot about the Matrix in many different ways. Go back and listen to that interview. Which is, where am I at? 14 wins. He's done. Looks like he's winding down his experiences with poltergeist, cryptids, UFOs, and all that. Excellent interview. And we saw some images that I filmed of entities in the forest. And we challenged the Matrix. I think we did a pretty good show. With that, thank you everyone for showing up. Let's close it with some music. And do a show another time. How about that's right. We'll do Acid Mammoth. Acid Mammoth. Let's see which we should do. Sirens of Ruin. Rust and Regret. New Fallen Empire. Maybe we could do both. What the hell?
sky.